Oh, hello. We're going to be here for a few minutes because they dropped another automation patch, apparently, and I don't have it downloaded, so now I'm downloading another 1 gigabyte patch. I don't know why. Like, do they just drop 1 and 2 and 3 gig patches every other day just for the hell of it? I don't know, but let me see if I can bring T-Bird up here.
I'll use my credit card.
Who was that? Brits demo and that train man. Thank you for the subs, by the way. Finally get to join a live stream of yours. Yeah, and you get to spend the first 10 minutes of the live stream watching me download this fucking random 1 gigabyte patch. I don't know why this keeps happening, but okay.
I'll use my credit card.
Got that too today. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know why they just keep dropping these huge fucking patches. Luca Gelati, thank you for the sub. Gonna include an inline 12. Dear God, no. I just want 2-cylinder engines. Like, we have no flat twins, we have no V twins, we have no inline 2s. There are a lot of these, like, K cars and micro cars and stuff like that had these kinds of engines. Build a Trump truck? No, I'm not taking requests today. That's gonna be on Friday. And as ever, requests from subs and donors usually get priority.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, you're gonna be...
Hello?
Hello? You're gonna hear stream audio, because I don't have my separate mic line hooked up yet. Hello? Okay, there's some shit going on. I tried to join the sub Discord because I was gifted one on Friday, but I was removed. Any help? Just try rejoining, because it's an automatic thing. So, like, if you join and then disconnect before it automatically gives you the rank, then it'll just kick you out of the server, I'm pretty sure. So who were you on the Discord? Were you that guy who dropped the car and then just kind of went away, Gan? Hello, T-Bird? I'm getting noises. Oh, jeez. Hello?
Now I can hear.
All right. You're gonna get stream audio because I don't have my separate mic line hooked up yet. All right. Anywho, so yeah, tonight is fix my car again. I have a bunch of people, subs and patrons and whatnot, send me their automation cars in the secret sub Discord, and we are going to take a look at them and make them better, hopefully. I will be having a car requests on Friday. That'll be 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time instead of later tonight, like this stream. But tonight we're looking at, I can't play the game yet because I'm downloading the random 1 gigabyte patch that I'm sure doesn't do anything perceptible, but you know. Yeah, I saw that RCR is selling the Falcon.
Yeah, we talked about that
Yeah,
actually.
you should buy it, T-Bird.
I don't know. I mean, it's a cool build, but I mean, if I were gonna have it, I'd prefer it to be like a 5-speed, just because that's me.
I don't know. I mean, 4-speed seems appropriate for that era and that kind of car.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's a very good build. Like, I have no issues with the build,
I'll
but
use my credit
like,
card.
if I'm gonna have a classic car like that, I want it to be like sort of exactly how I want it. And that one, obviously, it's someone else's build.
Oh, King Jack Skellington, thank you for the gifted sub. See, if I was fast, I would have muted my mic for that. But I'm not. I'm incredibly slow. Alright, we've got... Update seems to be almost finished, so we can get started here. Let me start... Whose car should we do first? Should I just do them chronologically?
Sure.
That would be the MBG Albatross first, and that would be from a person but not a person. And I'm already, right off the bat, I'm seeing some things that are making me go, just in the description, but we'll get to that in a minute. What am I doing? My games. Car import. Fair warning, my car will need a big redesign. Alright, I mean, I've got, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8, depending on which ones I count. So we've got a good number of cars tonight. I don't know if I'm going to get to them all, in which case, I might pick this up again on Wednesday or tomorrow or whenever, or I might just pick it up next week. I mean, it's... I don't know. Would anyone who I don't get to tonight, would you mind if it was deferred till next week? Water. Alright, all updates almost done. Robocop.mp3 is driving me nuts. Let me turn on some real music. What will it be tonight? YouTube suggests that I listen to those Caretaker albums again. I'm not going to do that. Especially because once it hits part 4, I would actually just fall asleep. You know, let's break out the 90s drum and bass again. How about it? There it is. No, not favorites. Where is it? 90s D&B comps. Whoa, loud. Alright, we need to restart them. Here we go. We'll start with Urban Flavor, Modern Jazz Drum and Bass, 1998. Alright, my game almost done here? No, it's doing the thing where it's just kind of chilling at 90%, you know? You know that feeling, right, guys? When you're downloading something, it's just chilling at 90%? Yep, it's doing that. Computer still borked? Nope, we are fully operational. Matter of fact, the only thing I haven't done is, like I said to T-Bird earlier, I haven't hooked up my separate mic line. So normally I have a line with both my mic audio and my PC audio, and that's what goes to stream. And then I have a line with just my mic audio, and that's what goes to my VoIP programs and whatnot. It's especially helpful during stream for when people don't want to listen to themselves talk over my mic. So Pass the time with degaussing action. I can degauss, but this monitor is not a violent degausser like my Sony. So like I just did it there, but you didn't even hear it because it's quiet. It's kind of disappointing. All right, now we switch to the gameplay window. And to the weeb zone, yes. Oh, that's right, that's the launcher. Need to hit play. Is there any way I could drop a car because I'm not in the Discord yet? I mean, I'm just using direct drops from Discord, so... have you joined the Discord? Because if you just join, it's not gonna kick you out immediately. If you want, you can join the Discord, you can give me your Discord name, and I'll just give you a rank real quick so it won't automatically kick you when you leave. Unable to connect to Steam. Huh? Okay. I don't have any mods though, so it doesn't matter. I have a riced out Sunfire in my area. Do I burn it or report it to the authorities to have it crushed? Nah, just wait until inspection comes around. Then it'll get crushed.
Dude, I'm like trying to figure out how to give you a tier 3 sub on mobile, and you just can't.
No, it's But yeah, Pepperoni John. Just join the Discord with the ! Discord link, and like I said, just give me your. Okay, I can see you here. I'm going to give you a roll real quick. I'll give you the Cheapskates roll. But you should, if you just stay in the server for a minute, then you should automatically have your rank added. So if you just give it a minute, let the bot do its thing, then it should give you the rank. Anywho, let's move on to our first car. Is in for a day and Alright, so we got our MBG Albatross here, and the description that I was given was... This is a 1978 basic Econo box. It uses a 1400cc i3 inline 3 with a single point EFI and a single overhead cam 4-valve setup with a 3-way cat converter. The transmission is a 4-speed automatic. Now, there's some issues with that, but we'll get to them. Can't sub more than tier 1 on mobile. God bless. Don't you just love mobile apps?
Yeah, like I'm literally going
You're a
down
robot.
to my computer right now to choose tier 3.
Nice. All right, so first things first. The looks.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? What on earth is going
Noodle?
on? Yeah?
Okay, we good?
I guess. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All right. So this car is, he says it's a 78, which would mean this thing is a little too far ahead of its time, in my opinion. If this is going to be an econo box, like economy, then it's got to be cheap, and there are a number of things about this that weren't cheap or common for the 70s. Now he didn't rust proof the chassis at all, and that's I don't know how cheap exactly you're going for, but like not rust-proofing the chassis, I feel like is like that's like Eastern Bloc thing. Yeah, that's like Eastern Bloc levels of cheap. Like even Chevy, one of the big debacles they had in the 70s was the Vega. There was a flaw in the rust-proofing, but they were rust-proofing it. So, you know, that like even their cheap car was being rust-proofed. So that's I suppose that's more of a creative decision on your part, but I'm assuming this isn't an Eastern Bloc car based on how much technology you've packed into this, and we'll get to that in a minute. So I'm gonna just pick the middle ground and give you a galvanized chassis. Also, a monocoque in 75, I guess, sure. This is front-wheel drive. So maybe this is like European. I don't know if he said what kind of like nationality this car is supposed to be. It just says basic econo box. But yeah, I guess like a monocoque and an independent rear suspension are that's pretty pretty out there shit for the 70s, I guess. But I guess it's all right. I would. Again, it all depends on where this car is supposed to be from. Because if it was American, it would almost certainly have a solid axle in the back. Although it probably wouldn't be front-wheel drive, but who knows? But yeah, I guess that's fine. So we'll leave it. Though personally, I probably would have made it solid axle. Now this engine, way ahead of its time, I think. First of all, is T-Bird here, by the way? Because I just making sure he hasn't dropped out.
No, yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my stepdad left like the Cortana assist on the computer, so when I turned it on, it's like, "Hello, Microsoft TM. How can I help you?" And I'm like,
Yikes. Alright, so this engine is too complex for the 1970s. Also, I think it's a little bit too big. The general rule of thumb with older inline 3s is don't go over 1 liter. Because once you start going over 1 liter with an inline 3, then you start running into some pretty big shaking and vibration issues. It's just too much. It's not a very well-balanced design. Now, modern... Yes, someone's going to point out, well, this modern inline 3... Yes, a modern inline 3 can do it, because technology has advanced a lot. But... 1978? I don't think so. So, if you want a 1.4-liter engine, I think it's more realistic to just make it
Screeches in
four-cylinder. Screeches in Nader. Yeah, exactly. But this is front-engine, front-wheel drive, so it's perfectly safe, okay? Perfectly safe. Balance shaft needed. Yeah, this would need a massive balance. Like, for an engine this size, an inline 3 is just not practical. And you've got plenty of space. So, inline 4. Now, of course, that brings it up to 1.8 liters, so I'm just going to... Exactly what bore and stroke you want is kind of a creative choice, so I'm just going to set it to somewhere around 1.4 liters again. And he had it over square. I'm going to keep it over square. Although something this small would probably make more sense to be under square, but, you know, again, we've got plenty of space. We can make it over square. It's over square. It's fine. Now, as for the four valve single overhead cam, in 1978, I'm not really feeling it. Like maybe on a performance car, not on an econo box. Who knew I'd one day come to a noodle stream to learn Came far from the retarded world of dank shit. Yeah.
Hey, Noodle. This computer I'm using,
Yeah.
because it's so bad and my stepdad bought it.
Yeah.
Not only is it a like, you know, all-in-one unit with like the screen of the computer like in the screen.
Oh boy.
Not only that, would you like to know what else
Error
it has?
messages, viruses,
Yeah, dude, it's so bad.
Oh
Would you
my
like to know what else
god.
it has? It has a touchscreen.
Oh.
One of those. So the frame rate's so bad. I bet this was like an $1,800 computer too. Cause like my mother told me she got it, but my stepdad would always like whine and moan about whatever it was that she got. So he got her a computer that was a lot like this one, and like the screen tilts. Oh, dude, it's so bad.
Anywho, getting away from your South America spec computer there and getting back to the car.
No.
4 valves per cylinder in 1978, especially on an Econo box. No, I don't think that's. We can do 2. A direct acting overhead cam would definitely fit the time period. A regular overhead cam is fine too, I suppose. So we'll just do that. But, you know, again, this is 78. A lot of engines are, you know, most engines in America at least are still overhead valve. And, yeah, we haven't really started throwing tons of cams and valves on things yet. And I guess, you know, it could have an aluminum head. It could be all iron. That's kind of up to you. For a 1.4... I don't know if it would be economical to make the entire engine aluminum in 1978, especially for an Econo car, but I think an aluminum head would not be too far-fetched. But again, that's something up to you. Yeah, cast parts, sure. Very low compression, yeah, it's the 70s. It's the 70s. Now, this... fuel injection. Not in 1978, man. No, it's not. Single point EFI was an early form of fuel injection, but it really didn't start showing up until the very early 80s, like 82, that time period. And the weird thing about single point throttle body injection, give me a second here, mouth's drying out. The weird thing about throttle body injection is, as soon as it became economical to put into cars, pretty much everyone adopted, you know, started just getting rid of their carburetors and adopting it. So it was adopted very quickly. But then, like, multi-point and common rail systems, you know, multi-point and more advanced fuel injection systems came along in the 80s. So they were, like, adopted very quickly and then just slowly sort of petered out as the 80s went on. And then by the time the 90s started, throttle body fuel injection was really only on, like, economy and lower-end cars and trucks. So, yeah, it's a weird, it's really weird throttle body injection's place in history, because it was kind of this, like, stopgap thing, and it was very much the early 80s, but late 70s, no, a little too early. Something like this would still have a carburetor. For a 1.4, probably have a 2-barrel. So we're probably gonna have to I'm gonna retune this engine in a minute. Just gonna check the rest of the specs. I guess a short cast manifolds are fine. A lot of cars from this era still had, like, kind of like that. I mean, the thing about this game is it's not. You either have, like, 1950s headers or, like, you know, modern cast you know, like shaped headers, whereas a lot of vehicles had something kind of in between. So I usually just default for short casts. Created an inline 5 engine with a small turbo, but for some reason it sounds more like a vacuum cleaner than a big one. I don't know. Turbos in the game are kind of fucky, so, you know, you got to take that with a grain of salt. Three-way catalytic converter. I don't know when those really realistically started showing up. I want to say, because again, it was kind of like right as we hit the 80s. I don't know when exactly. So like, just look it up. Maybe there's a solid year. When did those bad boys start to show up? Okay, so 1981 was the year for them in the U.S. And the U.S. was a fairly early adopter, actually, of catalytic converters. So I hate to do this, but I think it's more realistic for this to have a two-way catalytic converter, and that is going to do some... That is seriously going to do some damage to our power output. Yeah.
I'll use my credit card.
Who's this T-Bird guy, and why is he subbed to me?
Yeah, I know. He seems like kind of a douche.
What a simp, dude.
Simp.
Simpin'.
Also, Noodle, guess what I found out about this computer?
Oh boy, more discoveries from the cursed computer.
It can be used in tablet mode. It has an internal battery.
That's... No. Stop. Please.
You can take it off the thing and just walk around with this giant
Dude.
2 foot by 1.5 foot tablet.
Anywho, resonator. This wouldn't have a resonator. Engine's so small, doesn't really matter. Even with just a baffled muffler, our loudness is only at 35. So, and that two-way cat converter is actually going to go a pretty long way as far as muffling the sound. So, don't need a resonator. Cut out some costs. Cut out some restriction in the exhaust. Right. So let's tune this bad boy now. This game lets you make a really, really, really lean mixture that just wouldn't be realistic in real life. So I'm going to richen up the mixture a bit, especially for carbureted cars. There's only so lean you can make them run before you start running into problems.
Yeah, if this game actually let like you run cars as lean as they do, like they'd be able to solve the fuel crisis just by like, you know, having cars be tuned to run with such little fuel.
And while low-end power is good, when you have a smaller engine like this, you generally want to tune more towards high-end power. Now, bear in mind, this is the 70s, so your peak... Mercedes-Benz. Thank you for the tip. Anywho, this is the 70s, so you're not going to see, like, peak torque, you know, like, max out, like, 500 RPM before you before your peak horsepower. You know, they weren't doing cams that aggressively, on most cars. So, something like this, I would say, is about right. Again, it's gonna vary between cars and between, you know, like, where the car is built and that sort of thing. American cars especially, usually shot for more low-end power. Oh, especially because, you know, a lot of them were bigger, so they needed that low-end power to just kind of cruise around more comfortably. Able to increase the compression there a wee bit. I am not going to touch any of the quality sliders.
The only thing more revolutionary than tablet mode are cast log headers.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, because like I can guarantee, I
yeah.
can tell you exactly how this computer purchase went down. I went into the store, and my stepdad was like, "Sorry, you can't get a normal computer. You gotta get something that's modern and has like good tech. Look,
I
at this
want a
thing."
computer with
So-
all the bells and whistles.
Wait, here. I'll say a sentence that perfectly describes my stepfather and people listening in chat and why he got this abominable computer. He owns a 2002 Ford Thunderbird and a Jaguar XJS with the V12. Need I say more?
There you go. Anywho. So that's our revised engine here. Not a whole lot else I can change that I without taking too many creative liberties.
But
I am going to
liberties,
change
you
the
mean
name
just,
because
like, make
it's
the motor
not
run?
it's not electronically fuel injected. I'm going to call it the EE. Fuck, I gotta get now. It's gotta have something better than that.
Hey Noodle.
What? Oh God, you're.
By like
Oh, hello.
taking creative liberties, do you mean just like making the engine actually run?
Yeah. I'm gonna call it the EE. All right. I don't know what to name it now. Now that it's not fuel injected, but 78. This isn't gonna be fuel injected. That's just not. It's just not. Oh, he did +2 the quality on the lower end, but I don't really think you need to. Yeah, you don't need to. Don't make it more expensive than it needs to be. This thing tops out at 5,700, and we're getting it starts getting damaged at like 7,000. So nah, no need. I think I'll put the RPM limit at 6,000, but then again, this is the 70s, so realistically, in the 70s, your RPM limit was probably something like that, you know? There wasn't there wasn't really a limit. The limit was how brave you were and how your engine was feeling that day. Did I break it? Okay, there we go.
Oh, hey Noodle, I have a question.
Yes.
Did that guy ever respond to like, oh, these streamers think they know everything about cars?
No,
Did he ever, like,
he
respond?
never explained himself. He just, you know, he just bitched about me being a quote-unquote know-it-all with cars, and then I'm like,
Well,
you care
I
to
was
tell
in
me
that
where I
stream,
was
too.
wrong? And then he just completely silent.
Well, I was in that stream too, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I said something wrong, I would love to know, but I didn't.
Yeah, no, he never said anything.
Lovely.
Yeah. He said, what the fuck is up with these streamers? They talk so confidently about shit they're factually wrong about. It's giving me secondhand embarrassment. Okay, you care to tell me about, like, what I'm wrong about instead of, like, just bitching?
Well, I mean, that's just kind of the modern car community as a whole.
Yeah.
People are like, I was talking today about modern SUVs because like that Mk1 I sent you, I think would be money, and people are like, it's crap, and I'm like, well, tell me why exactly it's crap, and they're like, they don't have an actual reason.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, this game is suffering from a glitch right now where, like, stuff on the front looks different from stuff on the back.
Oh, lovely.
For instance, these door handles. This one's darker than the rear one. No idea why. They're the same material. Same thing with the wheels. But overall, this looks the part. As far as, like, 70 shitbox goes. Not really sure why there's a grill on the back. Normally you want to fill that in with something, but yeah, I mean, it looks the part. And by the part, I mean probably wouldn't have fog lights. Something cheap like this, no. But the 80s room has bugged lighting. Oh, so I'm gonna have to switch to the fucking ugly modern room is what you're saying? Yikes, can I switch that here?
They really went for that 5%.
Oh, they have a disable blur thing. Good. I didn't even notice that. That's like the only thing that lags now, and I can get rid of it. Nice.
Oh wait, actually, I have a question. So I wasn't here for the update stream. What did like the big update change?
You can paint engines. There's more trim positioning things. The trim is the big thing. Like, it's really nice.
Did they change like the exporter at all, or no?
No. If anything, they seem to make it worse.
They made it worse. Oh.
I don't know. The car I exported on Friday didn't seem to survive the export completely. Parts of it got turned into chrome.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, the only thing that I noticed was when you upshifted in that one stream on Friday, it was like there's like a backfire. Like they updated the sounds a bit, but oof.
Anywho, 4-speed auto in 1978? No, I don't think so, man.
Either a 3-speed auto or even for that,
or
like
a 4-speed manual.
Like well, even like a 3-speed manual. It's
yeah.
like the Gremlin and the Pacer.
Now this thing is really spaced the fuck out. No. I don't know how foreign transmissions were, but American transmissions were actually spaced pretty closely, the 3 gears. Like, the way they got moving with that super long first gear is they just let the torque converter slip. Like, that's all they did. So, like, something like this looks Papega as fuck, but it's actually fairly accurate. But it is also Papega as fuck, so...
Someone in chat said, let's make a racing version of the regular Sunfire.
Sorry if I make the music super quiet, guys, but there's been a lot of DMCA shit going on Twitch lately, so...
While you turn the music down, I guess I should tell chat about the Sunfire I found.
Oh,
it's
God.
a 2000 model with only 42,000 original miles. And it's
still
the
broken.
Top trim with everything except it's an auto, but I still kind of really want it because the guy only wants $4,000 for it.
I don't know why you would ever want a Sunfire, dude. It's not no bueno.
Oh, yeah, no, dude, it's shit. Like, it's really bad.
Oh,
shit.
so it would just be
like,
you shit posting, basically.
Yeah, like, but it's shit, but it's a nice condition shit.
I would be curious to see like what of those in actual good condition is like, because
yeah, like
none of them have survived the test of time much.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's it, because like the ones we've seen,
it'll be
bad,
interesting to see like how shitty they were before, 20 years of wear. Like,
yeah, like I mean, the Sunfires were like
got a 350 and a glide.
Nice. 350
yeah,
and
like
a
the
glide.
Sunfires were like just into my time. I think they were a bit more of your time, but like you don't remember what like brand new cars were like when you were a kid, do you? Because I really don't.
Anywho, car looks fine visually. I don't know if I mentioned that. This is 0 to 60 in 18 seconds. Yeah, it's the 70s, man. It's awful, and that's about what you can expect from a Nakano shitbox with a automatic. It was the sad truth of the times. And while I could, I don't want to turn the top speed down too much on this auto, because in the 70s, especially the late 70s, they set some pretty fucking low, final drive ratios just to squeeze every little bit of fuel economy out of these awful fucking carbureted engines. So, while every single ounce of me is going, this is fucking awful, please change it, this is how things were done at the time, and, you know, as awful as it was, they had very good reasons for it. This was just the only way they could realistically make a car with an automatic do good on fuel when cruising, like, on the highway. If you were driving in the 70s, you immediately just started driving on the hardest difficulty possible. Yeah. What's with the weeaboos?
I mean, in some ways, yes. In other ways, no.
I mean, it was easy, and it was
now?
easy in that if you got into an accident, you'd never be going fast. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, cars now are just so fast that, like, if you get like a 16-year-old, like a couple-year-old Ford Focus, like, that shit would give a 944 a decent run for its money on, like, an autocross or a smaller track or something.
Also, what's with the weeaboo zone in the top corner? I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's a perfect addition to the stream. I think it's great. Just kind of there to use up space for when the donations and stuff aren't popping up.
See, that's why I only donate Crab Rave, because then I'm never in the weeaboo zone. My Crab Rave covers it right up.
True. It's an incentive for people to
people being me.
yes, for people with insane amounts of money to cover that up. Now, the 70s is when we started seeing radials. On an Econo box, though, I don't know. If this was the 80s, I would say radials all the way, but
I mean, the only thing is, it depends if you want to go the automation route or like how this car would drive in beam route, because even modern Econo.
I mean, I'm at the point
grippy.
where I don't really care too much about how it drives in beam. I just I just stiffen up the suspension so it doesn't handle like complete shit, and that's about it.
Well, if you put it on Econo tires that are not radials but bias ply and cross ply,
It's gonna be bad, yeah. What are cross ply tires? Well, without giving a technical explanation, that was just basically an old way of making tires that slowly got phased out with radials. I don't actually know off the top of my head. I'll just look it up real quick. Whatever.
wasn't it? You had bias tire and then cross.
Yeah, there were
ply,
like
and
bias
then...
plies and then cross plies. It has to do with there's a metal mesh in them. I think it has to do with the way the metal mesh is oriented.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so good on like the specifics of old tires. I'm basically like, are they radials?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
yeah.
And if the answer I get is no,
Like,
I
I-
adjust for it.
I don't know the I don't know the technicalities of it, but it has to do with the way the tires are constructed. It's
I think
because
it just
a
went
tire-
bias ply and then cross ply,
a
but I could be
tire-
wrong.
yeah, I don't know. It's because tires aren't just hunks of rubber, you know. They have like metal and fibers and stuff like that in them to give them a certain structure and puncture-proof properties and things like that. But yeah, without knowing the nitty-gritty details, cross plies are just an older way of doing tires. They don't grip as well as radials, and they tend to... whereas radials like wider wheels, which allow you to get more grip from, you know, having more surface area on the road. Cross plies are kind of designed for narrower tires on narrower wheels. I know bias ply tires deform a lot more under load. Yeah, it's just the way they're constructed is different, and radial's just basically a newer, nicer way of constructing a tire versus something like a bias ply or a cross ply tire.
Bias ply and cross ply are the same. Oh, apparently they're the same tire.
The Brits call them cross ply. I know there's something else though. There's like,
Oh, I thought it was how they had because how they'd wrap the weather, like the not the weather, the rubber. How like the the bias ply, it was like straight in the cross ply. They did like a cross pattern. I think that helped with like weight distribution, but
Yeah,
again, I
it's-
could be wrong.
It just, again, like I said, it just has to do with the technicalities of how they're constructed and how the various materials are configured.
I will say those like new old stock cars, not cars, those new old stock tires they make, like they make those like Pirellis that you can now put on like a one for the Countach and stuff that are like they're new, but they're like they made them how they would make them back in the day, except they're radials and like they feel way different.
Anyway, for an Econo box, I think this would honestly have cross plies. I think maybe
I
starting.
wonder if it has less rolling resistance. it's more economical.
I don't know. It's I'm gonna keep it on medium compounds because you know. Oh wow, that fucking yeets our fuel economy, dude. Just from changing to cross plies, really? That's bonkers.
So wait, it gets worse fuel economy on the older tires?
Yeah.
I thought it would get better because it has less rolling resistance, but maybe it's such an extreme case. Like, they're so bad that you have to work the engine harder because they're like so squidgy and they don't accelerate.
I don't know. Or it could just be the game's not accurate, which is, you know, it happens.
That's also very true.
Thin those tires up. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty thin, 165. Like, tires in this game tend to look thicker than they do in real life for some reason. These are 165s. They're pretty thin. I think we can, realistically upgrade them to 13 inches, though.
Someone just asked if it was just him, but dude, the old Nissans always understeer. Kind of a broad question.
Yeah. So, yeah, you'd probably be stuck with these garbage cross-ply, bias-ply, whatever the fuck ply you want to call them, ply.
You're stuck with non-radials.
Yeah, basically. Front solid discs? Yeah, I guess. Vastly underperforming front solid discs? Probably. I mean, it's the 70s. Brakes sucked. Like, this thing, I could tell right away, if you just, you know, hit the brakes and slammed it, you know, like trying to, like a panic stop, your backs would lock up and you'd spin around. But that's the 70s, man. It's bad, but that's how it was.
Brakes really didn't get good consistently until like the late 80s, but more so like the 90s.
Yeah. I mean, the 80s it depended on manufacturer and like what you were buying. Like trucks and shit, no, they still didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but if you anything like the older Corvettes with like the huge engines and shit, and like some of the Shelby Mustangs, they have okay brakes.
By the way, guys, I think a few of the Donger AI commands are busted. I don't think follow age works.
Oof.
You can still handle more load, that's why semi-truck tires are still typically bias plies. Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they you can still get like towing wheels and tires, but they don't recommend you use them unless you're specifically towing because they're not fun
great
to drive.
ABS, always bitch system. I mean, I'm glad my truck has rear ABS at least. Like trucks.
I mean, if you're trying to race a car with ABS, then it can be annoying depending on the system. But
yeah,
for
but we're not
road
racing.
cars, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about a road car,
I mean, there's a lot of people online like, I'm always driving like I'm racing. I take driving super seriously. Yeah, good for you. And when you panic stop, you're gonna fucking slam into someone because, you know, your brakes locked up because, you know, you were too good for ABS. Like,
well, all those people who say, I live at the track, I race 24/7. My response is, I race in 2 series, and I will still prefer ABS in my road car, and then that usually shuts them up.
it is annoying,
Hell,
like
my
in
SCCA race car
snow
has
and
ABS.
stuff. Like One thing I do hate is when cars have ABS and you can't shut the ABS off. I hate that.
Yeah, Audi actually had a thing, and when they first started making, it was the 9000 with the 5-speed. It had a locking front and rear diff, and I think you could also lock the center diff, and then you could turn the ABS off if the diffs were locked, because it was like, yeah, you're in winter, it's snow, you don't want ABS.
Yeah,
That's actually I kind of want one of those cars just for that feature, so I can lock the diffs and turn the ABS off.
Anyway, back to this car since we're almost done. This would probably just have a radio. It wouldn't have an 8-track in it. No power steering. Yeah, that sounds about right. And it would probably have standard springs, not progressive springs. Those aren't as common as I first thought when I started playing this game. And just regular twin-tube dampers. Like, yeah, monotubes are better, but car manufacturers are cheap. They're not better enough that it offsets the costs when you're making thousands and thousands of cars. So, well into the 90s, twin tubes are being used. And I don't know, maybe even till this day. I'm not sure what the conventions are today, but anywho, yeah, pretty cool little front-wheel drive 70s Econo box. A little over-engineered. Mostly in the engine department, engine and transmission a bit, and I can get why, because when you go into this game and you start making a car and then you start seeing like, whoops, I can't seem to get my volume quite right. If I turn it down a tick, it seems a little too quiet, and if I turn it up one tick, it seems too loud. I don't know. That should be fine. I don't think I'll get flagged there. Anyway, yeah, I can get it. Like, you go into a game, you start specking out a car for the 70s, and compared to all other eras, you take a look at it and you're like, what the fuck? 50 horsepower? 18 second 0 to 60 time? That's terrible. That can't be right. But that's how it was in the 70s. I mean, it was pretty bad. So while I have technically made this car worse from a performance perspective, something like this just wouldn't have existed in 78. Something with fuel injection and 4 valves per cylinder and a 4-speed automatic. And even if it did, it would be so prohibitively expensive that it would just face plant. So that is that. I'm going to export it. And then I am going to send it to a person, but not a person, and move on to the next car. Let me just send that real quick. Oh, I need to open up that'll make it easier if I just open up the folder. Doop, 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 doop. And then we will move on to the next car in a second. Why am I so slow? There we go. Alright, now we can unpin that. And move on to the next one. Whoops, I did the wrong. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to read his second part. Yes, I know it's a bit of an advanced engine setup for the period, but the entire construction of the engine is cast iron, cast pistons, etc. Also, I've done bare bones cosmetics. Vehicle is... I got it stumped on designing, so don't expect to be a looker. I mean, oddly enough, economy cars from the 70s didn't have a lot going on, so... but yeah, I know it was a bit of an advanced engine setup, like you said, but that was way too advanced, I'm afraid. That's, like, just not viable for the 70s.
Your truck's a 96, right, Noodle?
95.
So close.
Why?
Someone asked what cars we have, and I'm just answering what you have, because...
That's actually a very important detail, because 95 was the last year with the,
Yes, of the 5.7.
No, not the last year of the 5.7. Last year of the 5.7 with throttle body injection and the old style heads. And the first year with the modern interior. So, do I still talk to Chems? No, haven't talked to him in forever. It's kind of, I don't know. I was looking at a couple of his videos the other day because I was kind of doing like a trip down memory lane thing with some World of Tanks videos because I had just uploaded a video I had found sitting on my hard drive. And I'm looking back at the one video he did, his big like breakthrough video, World of Autism, which was just like a variety like World of Tanks comedy video, and he had entered that into a contest that Jingles was doing to win a Type 59 tank, which everyone always wanted one of those because they took them off the store and they were really good. And Jingles had to disqualify him because he called it World of Autism. And so, you know, he was rightfully annoyed by that, but at the same time, what do you expect? You know, it's Jingles. He was a very, I don't want to say family friendly, but he was a very, that sort of stuff was, you know, offensive, and he wasn't going to, you know, he wasn't going to support it. So I don't know what he was expecting naming it that, but that kind of set him down this path of just acting edgier and edgier and edgier. And now he's like doing videos where he comes this close to saying the N-word and things like that, and he's just trying to, that's his whole shtick now, is just seeing how much he can push the envelope and be, you know, to be edgy. And that's just, it's just such a, I don't know. It's just such a dead end thing to do. Like, it never works out in the end, and it's really not all that brave. Just, you know, trying to say things for the sake of being edgy. Anywho, let's get to our next car here. I think I will do Phoenix's car next, the Meido Pluto. I don't like that name, but all the same, I will take a look at it. So, he says about this car, 95 Japanese hot hatch, inline 4, 1500cc turbo. Kind of generic.
Well, I mean, right now, a Japanese hot hatch having a turbo on 95?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
the Nissan thing did, but that was a homologation special, if I remember correctly, like the Pulsar.
Well, this is the kind of thing. This is kind of like a bubble economy type car, but I think 95 would be a little late for that.
I just don't feel like it would have a turbo. I feel like, especially if it's like a Japanese hot hatch. Now, if it was like an American deal where it was like some Shelby, you know, thing, then yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
the only 90s hot hatch I know of that had a turbo was that like Nissan thing. I think it was called the Pulsar, but I can't remember.
I think there was a,
but
yeah,
it was a homologation special, I think.
Let's have a look. There was a 2-liter turbo Pulsar from this time period.
Yes, the Pulsar GTI R turbo.
Yeah,
that
so
it was a homologation special, right?
I don't know. I just saw it on the Wikipedia page. So like right off the bat, it's something like this is kind of because something like something like this I think could exist, like a 1.5 liter turbo inline four. I think that could exist, but 1995 is kind of late for that because all of these outlandish like Japanese mini, little fast cars and stuff like that all happened because of the Japanese like bubble economy. And like for instance, the Toyota Serra, that was 90 to 95. The AutoZam, that was all the way up to 95. So by 95, these cars were just going the way of the dodo because the Japanese bubble economy had popped by then. So something like this, it would probably make more sense to turn it back to like, late 80s, very early 90s. When did the Japanese
also, like,
bubble
in
economy
terms of
pop?
hot hatches in the 90s, like, all these manufacturers were getting pretty big success out of high-revving 2-liter NA motors.
Okay, so the bubble popped in 92. So this is a car that's a little too late for this kind of style of a car. So my first recommendation would be do this again, but in the early 90s, like very early 90s, either before the bubble popped or like right after the bubble popped, like they had it in development and then the economic bubble popped. And what on earth is this body? That body looks way too modern for a 95.
Can I see the body really quick?
You're looking at it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that looks way too modern for a not. This is like
Yeah, that looks like a 2008.
Yeah, this is like late zeros. This is
Also, it's 160 horsepower. Yeah, no.
All right, well, we'll get to that.
Now, I should say, it looks like a 2008, but I will say it actually does look pretty okay. For being like, if he was going for like an 08,
oddly, this does look period correct, but for a 2008, not a 95,
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's not a bad looking car. Don't take it the wrong way, but
I would
just...
spruce it up a bit. It's kind of sparse with the trim pieces and
yeah, but
all
at least
that.
it's not like
And that exhaust pipe
it looks
is too
like
big.
something that could exist, or at least like a very early build.
Yeah, so
Like the first build you did of the Trekker.
kinda, yeah. It's got so. Oh my, it's made of a. All right, So I'm gonna be honest here. It's. He also said can't manage the brake. Kind of generic. Tried my best to balance the fuel efficiency and performance on a small platform. Also can't manage the brake fade, and the car looks like shite. Please help. Alright, so I gotta be honest. This one's... I don't know if I can fix this one. And it's just because I would have to basically make a completely new car. What I guess you're trying to go for is, like I said, one of these, like, Japanese bubble economy, like, little, sport compacts. Something like that, which, like I said, for 95 is kind of late for that. There really wouldn't be a market for something like this in 1995, even in Japan. So yeah, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense as a concept. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some general recommendations. I'm going to change a few things here and there on this car, and maybe even send back what I've got, but I really couldn't. I feel compelled to completely remake this car, but I can't really do that,
It's a shame because it's kind of promising.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think what he's going for is like I said, one of these Japanese bubble economy like sport compacts, but this is just not in 1995. Maybe in 1990, but not in 1995. Yeah, it'd be like me
trying to make like a 60s muscle car, but the year set to 2010.
Yeah, kinda. That's what I'm getting at here is if you don't know the specifics of like why something like a Toyota Serra or a AutoZam was around in 1995, then yeah, that's the kind of mistake you can make. But
Well, also just by going on the motor, like it's not powerful enough to be like something really crazy and homologation-y special like the Pulsar, but it's also not regular enough to be just like a car. It's like a weird in between. And in like the 90s and late 80s with the turbo stuff, you didn't really get that. It was either performance model or like just some actually like 100 horsepower thing that they put on a car to try and give it some power to merge onto a freeway.
yeah. So, alright, so I'm just going to do some general things here. Again, though, it's really hard to say, like, don't do this, don't do that, because that, you know, some of this advice would change based on what time period it's made in. I don't think I'm going to send back the car file. I'm just going to add him on Discord and say, take a look at the VOD. I'll timestamp it when it's up on YouTube. But, so general things, it wouldn't be made of aluminum. That just doesn't make sense. Way too expensive, I think. I think it would be made out of steel still. Treated, you know, like treated steel or something like that. But aluminum, I don't think so. No. That's a little too outlandish, even for, you know, bubble economy Japan. Rear suspension probably wouldn't be a super complicated multi-link for something that's front-wheel drive. It would probably just be, like, torsion beams or like wishbones or trailing arms or something like that. Well, one of these three. Torsion beams, trailing arms, or wishbones. Any of those three would make sense. Multi-link is a little... That just doesn't make any sense. You're not going to get a whole lot out of having a super complex suspension setup in the rear. It's just money down the drain, really. Right, so, oh my, this is a very, very, high-end tune for his turbo. So, if this was a 95, probably wouldn't have a turbo. I mean, he'd probably... Again, though, because if he's redesigning this for 1990, it might... Wasn't the AutoZam turbocharged? I can't remember.
Yes.
So, like...
It's got a curb scheme.
Yeah, like, it had a turbocharger. I don't think it had any, like, variable valve timing or anything like that. But this is just way too aggressive of a tune, I think.
It's way too aggressive of a tune, yet it still doesn't make enough power.
Yeah, also, it's not going to have a billet steel crank. There is no way.
Billet steel crank.
Just to put, like, a billet steel crank has to be machined, okay? Like, the entire crank has to be machined out from a CNC machine. That takes forever. Absolutely not. Not happening. I don't know if this even... Does this really need a forged crank? Yeah, I guess a forged crank. I mean... Even if it's just cast iron, like 7,500 RPMs, how fast is something like this going to rev? It's a 1.5 liter. I guess forged conrods and pistons, fine. You know, sure, I guess you could justify a forged crank, but it just doesn't seem necessary. Especially if you have a turbo, you don't really need to make it rev a ton to make power, you know?
Yeah, like most turbo cars don't rev that high because there's just no real point.
Right, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm not really gonna tune this. I'm just gonna, like, this, your power curve shouldn't, like, look like this with a turbo. It should be, I mean, like, look at this. I'm just by moving the slider down, I'm not even affecting the peak power, but your power is coming on sooner. So it's just making it altogether better, just by making the turbine smaller.
Yeah, like to
and
put
look,
it into
I'm
perspective,
I'm moving the compressor down. We're not losing any peak power almost, and we're getting more usable power in the mid ranges here. Like, it doesn't matter how much power you make up here if you can't ever use it, you know? If you have to rev the ever-living piss out of the engine, it's just not good. Look, I'm making more power by making the compressor smaller. So I'm going to say what I always say when it comes to tuning turbos. There's no secret to it. It's a lot of trial and error. But generally, just play with these sliders until you get something that looks good. And this is a lot better. Our turbo is fully spooled up at 3,400 RPMs. That's a lot more manageable than it spooling up at 5,500 RPMs. Ball bearing, if you can. Okay, that makes it even better. Now it's spooling at 3,100. Lag. Yeah, turbo will do that. Yeah, but just play with these sliders till you get a nice result. If this was a turbo, it would probably have premium fuel. Like, there's no point in making it run on regular pump gas for a turbo. You're already making a premium vehicle here, in a way. Also, dumpster your compression if you're doing a turbo, because you're going to get all your compression from the turbo. So, you don't need to set the compression so high. Two-way catalytic converter, that is 1970s technology, my dude. You are robbing yourself of about 12 horsepower just by having that. First muffler is your resonator. You can... General rule of thumbs with mufflers. You can have a second muffler and not a first muffler. You cannot have a first muffler and not a second muffler. Always have a second muffler. First muffler is your resonator. That's kind of optional, depending on what kind of car you're making. If it's a small car with a small engine, like a cheaper car, yeah, sure, you don't need the first muffler. You know, just a single reverse flow muffler will usually be enough. Something sporty like this, you can make it louder just because you want it to be more exciting. This exhaust is fucking massive, by the way. Does not need to be that big. Yes, I know it's restricting your power, but you don't want an exhaust the size of a pop can coming out of the back of your tiny hatchback. Like, not only is that just too heavy and too expensive, but it just doesn't make sense. T-Bird has dropped out. Yeah, I've noticed. I'm just finishing my rant here before I reconnect. Did I do that right? Hello?
Your call drop, Noodle.
Yeah, I know.
You got your version of Discord, Noodle. Yeah, you should stop using it.
I'm not.
You're using regular Discord?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Yeah, I knew the call dropped. I was just finishing my thought.
I'll use my
before
credit card.
Oh, trying to load my thing here. Softball, thank you for the sub. Anyway, to get back to what I was saying, yeah, like, just, turbos are a pain. They're always going to be a pain. Just, you know, fiddle with it until you get something nice.
Yeah, to put in perspective with, like, turbos, you should have the torque and power come down way low. Like, your peak power can still be near the top of the rev range. But, for example, my AMG GT53 has peak power at 6,400, but peak torque is all the way from 1,800 to 6,200.
You looked at the Verts van. I didn't see a Verts van. Hold on. I don't see a Verts van. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Anywho, getting back to this car here. Per cylinder, multi-point fuel injection, really not worth it. We can make our mixture a lot leaner now that we're not like, you know, now that our engine just runs better in general. Tune our ignition timing. And then we can bring the compression back up now that I've tuned everything. This isn't a perfect tune. Again, I'm just, you know, giving you a general idea of what you should be looking at when you're, you know, what kind of engine you should end up with. Of course, this is all going to vary on when it depends on like what kind of year of vehicle you end up making. If you do end up going with an early 90s something or other, yeah. I posted it a couple weeks ago. I'm not seeing it in the Discord. If you posted it in like one of my random like YouTube things, that doesn't count. Like you have to be a sub or a patron to have access to this Discord, and that's where people are posting the cars. And I'm not seeing you in here, my guy. I was taking random cars for the first one just because that was a test stream, but now that I'm doing it as a regular thing, it was in the Dropbox. Yeah, that was just like a test. I don't know if you watched the stream or if you saw like the VOD or anything. That was just kind of like a test stream, so I was just taking cars from anyone who had him at the time. I was like first testing this format out. So, you know, I just kind of got to whoever I got to, and whoever I didn't, unfortunately, I didn't, you know, I just didn't have time to look at their stuff, but, this is something for, financial supporters only, you know, just to show the people who financially support me, you know, that little extra appreciation, and because if I opened it up to everyone, I would have so many fucking cars that I wouldn't be able to look at anybody's cars.
I'll use my credit card.
So.
Yeah.
I don't want to like goad you into, well, if you give me money, but that is the case.
Well, I mean, we tried the let everyone do it, and the amount of meme cars / suggestions you got was ridiculous.
Yeah. By the way, Eased, thank you for the sub. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly, like I said, it's just a barrier so that everybody doesn't send me cars, because if I opened it to everybody, I would only get to see a small percentage of them. So, yeah, back to the styling. This is, like, late 2000s. This doesn't really fit 1995. I will give you the same advice I give everyone when it comes to styling a car. Copy something. Like, pick a car that you're similar to what you're trying to do. Like, if you know, pick another small Japanese hatchback from this era and just copy elements of it. And, you know, you don't have to one-for-one copy it, but just, like, look at certain elements of it and say, oh, it has, like, bump stripping around the doors. I'll do something like that. You know, or, you know, it doesn't just have to be one car. Take from multiple cars of the era. But just, you know, look at these cars. There's tons of free pictures of them out there to look at, you know, on Wikipedia or Google Images or whatever. And just look at the different styling cues that they have and what's, you know, what these cars have in common and what they have different. So you can get an idea of what the styling conventions of the day were. So, yeah, I know people don't want to go out and, you know, they want to make their own individual car with its own personality and stuff. But first understand what the conventions of the day were so that when you go to, you know, add a little individual flair to your car, it still looks realistic and period correct. yeah, I suppose that's all I have to say about that.
Well, I mean, as you said the other times, like there's a reason why things were and are the way they are.
Yeah,
Were.
yeah. I mean, there's a reason cars of an era have a certain look, and that's just because that's, you know, what people wanted in that time period. If you're gonna make your own car from that time period and you want to make it unique, well, that's great. But bear in mind, if somebody made something completely unique and just batty and out there for the time, it probably wouldn't sell.
I mean, the majority of cars that are like that you could buy, like Subaru SVX, the like Toyota weird thing with the gull wings, all that weird stuff. I mean, there's a reason why it's rare and hard to find, because it was made in very limited production because it didn't sell all that well.
It was a very niche thing, and even then, there were like patterns there, like the Subaru like SVX and the XT. You know, these wedge-shaped cars. Well, that was kind of a thing. These wedge-shaped Japanese, you know, futuristic-looking cars. You know, these like gull-wing doors. You know, sure, that was definitely not common for the time, but it wasn't, you know, the first kind of car to have gull-wing doors. Other cars had weird doors, you know. Like, again, if you've seen the AutoZam and Toyota Serra videos on RCR's channel, you know, he's playing the character of the car weeb. I want a car with weird doors. I want an AutoZam. He's like, there are other cars with weird, funny opening doors, you know, referring to the Toyota Serra. Enjoyed the PogChamp meme you made on YouTube. Good. I'm glad
that
you
was like
did.
a funny video. And you sent that to me before you put it on YouTube. And I was like, what is this? And then just fucking...
My best use of BeamNG to date, truly.
Oh, totally. Well, then
Also,
you
yeah,
have,
I've added
the...
Monkasteer to my my better
yeah,
BTDB.
That's the best emote
Oh yeah,
ever.
this is I just discovered that emote the other day, and it's the best emote ever, and it's the perfect emote for my channel.
It looks he's so concerned as he's like just flailing at the
Yeah,
wheel.
it's his
That's how
Monkasteer.
most of America drives, just normally on the road.
Anyway, I can't really give a lot of advice. I can't really give any more specific advice because, again, this car as a concept is kind of, it doesn't really make sense. So my general advice would be figure out exactly what you're trying to make here. If you're trying to make a bubble, like a bubble economy, you know, like sport compact, something like, you know, again, like a Toyota Serra or an AutoZam or something like that, then I would shoot for very early 90s or late 80s as a time period. And as for the styling, like I said, just take cues from, you know, other cars. There's no need to try and start from scratch and make things difficult for yourself when, you know, there are plenty of examples from the time period to, you know, give you a place to start. So I'm not actually going to send this .car file out because, again, I didn't really do much to it. I just got some general advice that I hope you will find useful, and I will just send that to him in Discord real quick. Okay, next. I think I will look at East
Noodle,
of
while you're
Alex.
looking for the next car,
Yeah.
I was driving on the island today, and I saw a first gen MR2 drive by, and a 928S with, I think it was a manual, judging by how it like moved. So I think those guys knew each other. That's pretty sweet.
That's pretty cool, a first-gen MR2. I don't know if I'd ever want to own one, though, because they look really, really small.
Oh, dude, they're so small. A buddy of mine had one. He was selling it, and sadly, it was an automatic. But I got in it, and I'm like, wow, this thing makes a Miata feel like a Cadillac.
Yeah. They're not big cars.
No, they're not big cars. So Top Gear America, Rutledge Wood drove one, and not only is he pretty tall, he's just a pretty big guy in general. I don't know how he did the filming for that thing.
Yeah, that's I bet that was interesting.
Well, it's funny too because they have Tanner Faust on that show, and he's like 5'8", like 100 pounds.
Manlet.
So.
Manlet.
Yeah, I'm like, why did you put the guy from Georgia who has like a wife and kids and a family and doesn't spend every day racing cars? Why don't you just put him in the Camaro? He'll like it better.
Yeah, that would be a little more fitting.
In the MR2.
Anywho, we are going to move on to the Hokuto Allagash. Very, very strange. Let's take a look at this bad boy. East of Alex says this is a 1990 Japanese compact hatch that tries to be a fun, quote-unquote, adventure car. It has a 1.5-liter single overhead cam, 4-cylinder, and all-wheel drive. Good on rough roads and snow, but otherwise shit off-road. So, the word that is going through my head right now is crossover. However, early 90s, late 80s is very early for a crossover. Really, the only company I can think of that was doing a crossover in the sense of a car platform adapted for off-road would be Subaru. Everyone else was still making truck-based SUVs in one form or another. Some were light truck-based, some were, full-size truck-based, but crossovers really didn't come around until, crossovers as we know them didn't really come around until, the mid-90s, with, the CR-V and the RAV4 and the Subaru Outback. Although the Subaru Outback mechanically wasn't really all that different from the legacy it was based on, a lot of it was the look that really sold it. So that's the weird thing about it is Subaru was kind of doing the crossover thing before everyone else, and that comes back to the unique way they set up their cars with the longitudinally mounted flat 4 up front. Makes it easier to set up an all-wheel drive system like that. So they were doing it way back in the 80s. It wasn't really until the mid-90s that everyone else started doing it, but they were doing it with transversely mounted engines, typically. What do you think of a two-door Tahoe for a first car? Depends on what generation of Tahoe, but...
Yeah, I mean, if it's the last gen, I mean, it's okay. The issue with those cars is,
if it's like a GMT...
The first impression you get of them is, yeah, they're not that old.
If it's like a GMT 400 or... If it's like a GMT 400 or 800 era one, they're pretty solid. You really can't go wrong with them.
Well, the issue now is they're just getting old.
Yeah.
Your truck is technically considered a classic, and my Yukon will be in 6 years. So they're just getting old. They're starting to require the amount of attention and care that 80s cars used to a while ago. When someone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy an 80s car," it was that's kind of
I mean, even then though, even something old, my truck, you can still get parts for it everywhere, and it's super easy to repair.
You can get parts for it, but it's not as easy as it was like a decade ago or 2 decades ago to get one of those trucks and just get the one that was like had a bit of miles on it. You could get it for cheap. You could daily it like. A truck that had 100,000 miles on it 10 years ago that's now getting sold again, and quite possibly could have, like, your truck, it could have, like, 250, maybe 300,000 miles.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if he has a specific one in mind. 99, so that's like, was that the 400 or the 800? I don't want to get sidetracked for this too long. I want to look at this car, but, pique my interest, because Chevy truck.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, ooh, Chevy. See, me and Noodle are suckers for Chevy trucks because we both own Chevy trucks.
Yeah. So the 99 was one of the last years of the 400 platform.
I think 2000 was the last year.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, though.
Anything from like 92 to 2000 mechanically is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I mean they're pretty solid. Again, the problem is they're getting old. It's going to be hard to find one that doesn't have a shitload of miles on it and doesn't have a shitload of like wear. But even if you find one with a shitload of miles and stuff on it, they're really solid trucks. Like they just keep going if you just fix the little shit and maintain them.
Well, you say that, but you also had to do your transmission build.
I'm getting
like
to that.
2 or
One thing I
3
will
times.
say, you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Let me finish. The Achilles heel of those, the Achilles heel of those trucks is the 4L60E transmission, and in the case of the Tahoe, I think you'll find that bolted up to, I think all of the gas engines. I think only the diesel engines get the bigger transmission. And the 4L60E they have a lifespan of about 200,000 miles. And by then, they start slipping and they need to get rebuilt. Now, shops will rebuild them. They know how to rebuild them. So it's not a big deal. It's just expensive. Getting one of those bad boys rebuilt properly, like getting it done properly so it's going to last a long time, and so you're not going to have any future problems with it, and replacing everything that should and ought to be replaced will run you about $3,000. So that's something you need to bear in mind. But, it's something that shops know how to do it. They know how to rebuild them so that you'll never really have any problems with them in the future if you go to a good shop. So, yeah.
I mean, also the reason why they last forever is because like they use a lot of very basic and simple materials and parts in them. So don't expect to get some like master class of engineering. Yeah, they're pretty.
They are very much low tech.
I guess the word is like industrial.
Utilitarian.
Yeah, utilitarian. That's a better word.
4L60 can barely handle the torque of a stock V8. I wouldn't say that, because like I said, their lifespan is about 200,000 miles, and once you start getting to the 200,000 mile mark, that's kind of extended play for that's kind of overtime for most cars. I wouldn't really. Now it's odd because they tend to go at like 200,000, 220, 230 with a startling amount of reliability. Like that is just their lifespan is 200,000 miles. Now what will kill them is towing. They are not designed for towing.
Yeah, like I'm probably gonna have to do something with my transmission because I tow with my truck. So.
Do you have a 4L60?
Yeah.
Huh.
But I do have the 5.2, which means I get even more power and torque through it, which is lovely.
Because you might have a 65. I don't know. Anyway, let's.
Well, mine has the towing package, but I don't think that would put a different transmission. I think me and After Dark had this conversation. I'm pretty sure it's the 4L60.
Oh, okay. I mean, again, if you have to get it rebuilt, it's not the end of the world. It's not like.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, when I get it rebuilt, I'm just gonna get it rebuilt and have it be, like, way overbuilt.
You don't want it way overbuilt, because then it's gonna shift like your, It's gonna shift
No,
super
I don't want it to
hard.
be like a shift kit, but I just want it to be like super strong. So
Oh
when
no,
I
yeah,
tow
they
with
know
it,
how
I'm not
to.
gonna kill
They
it.
can build it to be super strong without making it feel like it's got, you're hitting a rock every time you shift.
No, yeah, I don't need it to shift fast. I don't give a crap about that. It's a it's a Yukon.
Anywho, we got to get back on subject here. The Hokuto Allagash. So, like I said, right off the bat, conceptually, I'm not sure how realistic this car is, because this is a crossover, like plain and simple. And like I said, before the mid 90s, there was really only one company that was doing crossovers like this on a car platform with car parts and all that, and that was Subaru. So it really wasn't a common thing. Because Subaru was doing things differently from everyone else. They had a different configuration for their cars that allowed them to do this sort of shit. And yeah, so like right off the bat, it's kind of sus. Technologically, I suppose it's possible. However, I don't think it's economically possible, just because all-wheel drive systems for these kinds of cars with a front-mounted transverse engine and accompanying gearbox, it probably was prohibitively expensive. That's why it took as long as 1995 for these things to show up. It took the cost of all-wheel drive systems coming down to a point where it was economically viable to make them. Usually that's why, like, why did it take so long for this and that to come around when we had the technology? Well, it's not about having the technology. It's about having the technology at a price where it is economically viable to sell it to people.
Well, yeah, if you say, why didn't this car have this and that and this and that, but it was available in the Mercedes S-Class at the time, that's how you know
Yeah.
it was too expensive to be in, like, a regular car.
So yeah, you would see all-wheel drive systems in cars in the 80s. You would start seeing it show. You started seeing it show up in the 80s, all-wheel drive. And by the way, all-wheel drive, not the same thing as four-wheel drive in this case. We're talking specifically about all-wheel drive systems in cars that were primarily designed to be front-wheel drive. That kind of thing started showing up in the 80s. So by 88, this is still a pretty new technology. And
Yeah, like, when he says all-wheel drive, it doesn't mean, like, a new Subaru where it's all-wheel drive all the time. Like, in some of these systems, you had to go out and manually lock the hubs yourself in, like, some little small...
yeah, it was still... This technology was still very new for 88. And like I said, Subaru got around that by not having a sideways mounted engine. The whole way Subarus were made was set up so that they could, put all-wheel drive in their vehicles. Their engines were set up front to back, so they didn't, have to worry about squeezing all this shit together in a space that just wasn't cheap or viable for other cars. So conceptually, I'm not sure if this car makes a lot of sense. Now, there is one way I could see this kind of making sense, and that again has to do with that Japanese economic bubble at the end of the 80s and 90s. Maybe.
Well, yeah, but even then, like...
This would be an expensive
Audi
car, is what I'm saying.
that came out with all-wheel drive, the 9000, that thing was all-wheel drive system, like... When you turned it on, I don't think you could turn it on tarmac, or if you could, it wasn't recommended. So
yeah, it's something like this, I guess, could exist in 88, but it wouldn't be cheap. It would be expensive. It would be very much a niche product.
I think even then it's pushing it, because the best all-wheel drive system of the era for, like, a car was Audis, but even then, when you had it on, you had to also do stuff with, like, the diffs, and, like, it was a process, so you couldn't just have it be, all-wheel
Subarus
drive.
from the era had, like, push-button all-wheel drive on the shifter.
Yeah, so did the Audis, but I don't think you're supposed to use them on tarmac. I think it was only meant for, like, if it was snowy out.
I mean, I'm not saying it would be as practical as a modern all-wheel drive system. I'm just saying something like this could only really exist in the realm of, like, premium niche Japanese vehicles, and something like this would be just gone in 92 the minute the bubble popped, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would just be like so. I mean, it'd be so expensive because it would have the same type of all-wheel drive system as like an Audi 9000, and that was like the equivalent of like a $70,000 car when it came out.
Seems inspired by the Subaru Justy. Yeah, but again, the Subaru Justy is kind of a standout car. It's very much a small, weird car that you don't see a lot of because it wasn't really the norm in that sense.
If it wasn't all-wheel drive, I feel like I'd be a bit more open to it. But the all-wheel drive in 80, what year is this again?
88.
88, yeah.
Like I know people are bringing up the Subaru Justy and the Subaru in general, but like I said, that was a niche thing. That wasn't really in line with the rest of the market. Was that?
What engine is this running?
4-cylinder. I think a 1500 cc. He said.
Is it a turbo?
No, it's just naturally aspirated throttle body injection. But well, we haven't even got to that. Let me just. I've said my piece many times over about why I think this car kind of doesn't make sense, but let's just look at the mechanical construction of it at first. Corrosion-resistant chassis. This is not made in the Eastern Bloc, so monocoque makes sense though. McPherson's up front, trailing arms out back. Yeah, that's pretty sensible. I would just add the corrosion resistance because again, this isn't a Yugo. We can do that. Right. So we have a 77 horsepower single cam 2-valve per cylinder 1.5 liter inline 4 cast iron with aluminum heads. This all seems pretty cheap and sensible, but again, for this kind of car, I don't think you would have a cheap engine in it. I think something like this would be a premium vehicle in 88. As odd as it seems for something this small to be a premium vehicle, just having that all-wheel drive system in there is going to raise the expense so much. But then you put in this.
They should have a turbo at that point.
I don't know about a turbo, but it wouldn't have. I mean, it would have maybe like a more advanced engine than this, because this is throttle body injection. This is 2 valves per cylinder. It's really detuned. Like, it would have a more advanced engine than this. I would think something like, like a multi-point system, maybe like 3-4 valves per cylinder. I don't know about turbo. I don't know if it really needs a turbo. Especially with this being all-wheel drive, with all that extra space being used up in the engine bay, I don't think they would take the extra step and add a turbo to make it even more complex.
I mean, all-wheel drive systems were available. I feel like this would make more sense if it was almost like a homologation special.
I guess, but then we are fundamentally changing the.
Well, I mean, think about it. Would there really be the use for like a small economy car in '88 with the advanced all-wheel drive system? With the normal, the only close thing I can think of is the Honda Civic.
I mean, the closest thing is the
hatchback.
Subaru Justy, which, yeah, it's a little weird, but
I mean, it seems nitpicky, but really having this car be all-wheel drive puts it in such a weird place for the year.
Yeah. I mean, the Justy was naturally aspirated. It was a weird little car, but then again, you could also get that in regular, just front engine, front wheel drive form too. So, and the biggest engine you could get on that was a 1200 cc, not a 1.5.
I mean, the only thing that's kind of close to this that would actually, like, was like just a regular car from this era with all-wheel drive was the Honda Civic Estate or wagon.
Yeah, there were a few. like Camry.
Yeah,
there were a
few
couple
of those.
Toyotas and Hondas that did it, but they were very rare. Just
They were
because
super rare, and like they made it clear that it was like for snow only. Like you turn that shit on when you got stuck. That was it.
So all right, so here's what we'll do. This will be something like that. Like this will be like the special niche weird version of a regular front engine front wheel drive hatchback.
Yeah. So then like.
I think the engine would be smaller displacement than this. This is kind of big for this size of car, and he's made it like it's quite the stroker in order to actually fit in the car, and that's so now it can only max out at 6,700 RPM. So I think it's a little overstressed because of that. What we're gonna do is I'm going to actually dial back. Whoops, that's the let's do it here. I'm going to dial back the stroke a bit. Bring the engine size down a bit. And this is kind of me taking a creative liberty, but like I said, I'm trying to make sense of this car, It's kind of a weird outlier where it is right now. So what I'll do is I think I will kind of meet somewhere in the middle as far as expense and practicality goes. And I think what I'll do is I will give it a multi-point fuel injection system, but I will keep it naturally aspirated. How's that sound?
Yeah. I mean, also being picky about the year, too, because it's, what is this, 87?
88.
88? Yeah, I mean, that's 89 is close enough. Never mind.
And we could make this make a little more horsepower. This engine is way detuned.
How much power is it making?
65.
Oh, yeah. I think the Honda Civic wagon thing made, like, in the 90s?
I just looked at the
80s?
Subaru Justy's 1200cc engine. It was making 66. So, now I've brought this down to a 1300cc, but it's an inline 4. And again, this is a little nicer. It's got multi-point fuel injection, so we can definitely bring that power up. So, alright, we'll bring the ignition timing up because there's no reason to have it in the dumpster like that.
Yeah, the 1.5 in the Honda Civic at the time was making 92 horsepower, so...
Richen up the fuel mixture a bit. Raise the cam up a bit. Not too much. I think 55 is about good. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to lower the quality to limit the RPMs there a bit. I mean, this engine wouldn't be a screamer. It's not that high strung.
Dude, race car.
Yeah. I know everybody
Make
likes
a
to aim
faster
for the
engine.
moon with their RPMs, but it's really not the way cars were made. It's just not necessary. It puts so much more stress on the engine.
I wish cars revved to 8,500 plus more
Yeah.
often, but... Yeah, I think the lowest revving car I have is still like 7,000, maybe a bit less. But yeah, I like revs.
Alright, so we're sitting at 80 horsepower. I think that's just about right. And if we were Honda, we could probably give it like some forged parts. I think Honda in particular really liked forged conrods and pistons. They were really nice about that. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good compromise between expense and practicality. This is a little bit more on the premium side again. Well, I don't know. The multi-point fuel injection isn't really that posh for 88. By the time we reached 88, throttle body injection was really becoming more of a budget option. However, this is a budget car with a weird trim package that makes it all-wheel drive. So we're moving out of the realm of budget. I don't know. It's just a little. It's weird.
I really don't feel like this car would exist. I mean, it could, but
like I said,
something about it, like it's too small.
Like I said, I think it could exist as a niche, like, trim level for a pre-existing car. I don't think it could exist as a car specifically designed to be like this. I think this makes sense as, like I said, a regular hatchback that has had this trim, this package added because it's Japan and it's the late 80s, early 90s, and everyone's sniffing coke, you know? So that's really why is this so tiny? Why is this tiny? I can't see. Why did they break this? Why is it so small?
What are you trying to look at?
The gizmo for moving. Why is it tiny now? This is something they did in the patch. Why is it like this?
Oh, the thing that moves trim.
Yeah, did they break it? They had to have. Dude, you've got to be kidding me right now.
Oh, dude, this new update's so good. They fixed the trim, but now you can't move it.
Well, it was fine before. Like, you can look at the stream from Friday. It was fine. Like, the gizmo worked. It was, like, 5 times the size of that. But now it's so small, I can't even use it. Like, look at it. And if I zoom in, it just scales down. Like... Why did they do that?
Dude, you can, like, see your trim better, though.
I guess I'm not moving trim on the stream. That's cool. I was gonna move these down here and try and position them better, but that's... Okay. Alright. Great.
Lovely.
I guess the looks are okay. You know, it kind of looks like... I mean, there are certain things I would align and tweak a little bit. But overall, it looks alright. Five-speed manual.
No, that seems right.
Yeah, I guess.
The manuals just worked better with the all-wheel drive
Yeah.
stuff. It was also, like, mechanical. Want a manual.
I would probably give this a higher top speed, though. Like, I would
What's
just
the top
make
speed?
100. I'm talking about the geared top speed.
Oh, okay.
Spacing's pretty normal. Why is why can't I see? Okay, I used to get a tooltip here where I could see like what RPM it was at when I hovered over a certain area, but now that's gone. So that's cool.
This is a great update.
Power distribution would probably be more like 60-40. Probably wouldn't be sending most of its power. Probably would be sending most of its power to the front wheels. Yeah. Hard long life radials. I think this would have medium compounds. I know they rate hard long lifes better off road, but I don't know how accurate that is, really.
Well, these early all-wheel drives isn't really meant for like off-road. They're meant for like snow and like grass. They're not. You're not gonna be. It's like modern crossovers now. You're not gonna see anyone like seriously off-roading in like a Macan or a Jeep Compass.
Yeah, solid disc? No, this would have vented discs. This isn't the 1970s. It would have vented discs. So what I can actually do is I can, No, wait, what am I doing? I broke my brain. Hold on a minute.
Noodle.exe is broken.
So I'm biasing mostly towards the front, just because you don't want to hit the brakes and have the rears lock up and the fronts stay fine, and then have your rear end slip around. That's it's no bueno. You don't want to go for a spin. You hit the brakes. So I generally bias it more towards the front and have the fronts tend to lock up faster than the rears for that very reason. Although this does have
dude, it's the
ABS.
Have the rears lock up.
Would something like this have ABS?
Alright, so someone feel free to correct me. I could be wrong, but I think I remember hearing that the ABS systems at the time had issues working with the all-wheel drive system.
Yeah, I don't know. It's...
Now, I could be wrong, but I feel like I heard a Boomer Week video talk about that.
Because in the late 80s, ABS was definitely a posh feature, if you will. The regular version of this car would not have it. Even on this all-wheel drive version, I'm finding it hard to justify it.
Yeah, I feel like these all-wheel drive systems are just too mechanical and
Yeah, I'm gonna say no, but I'm gonna give
so.
it variable hydraulic power steering because this isn't the 1970s. Regular hydraulic is just a little too old-fashioned. Not gonna take a ton of time to tune the suspension, but generally you want these waves to be... You don't want them like crisscrossing like this. You kind of want them to be on top of each other. So my pro tip is go to normal. All right, there's your normal tune. So we're, but that's gonna be real wishy-washy in beam. So I would go to sport. Remember those damper settings: 2 up front, 1.6 out back, and just give it sport damper settings. And I usually lower it too, but this is supposed to be like an off-road trim, and so I would actually lift it a bit. Although you can't really lift this body that high. It's just, this body isn't really designed for this. So yeah, like I said, I kind of see what you were going for with this, but I don't think that something like this would exist as a purpose-built vehicle. I don't think a company would go, let's develop a small hatch specifically as an all-wheel drive, like, adventure vehicle, like a crossover, you know? That just wasn't a thing in the late 80s. Now, mid-90s, late 90s, makes a little more sense. Something like this in the late 80s, though, would very much be a premium option on a pre-existing vehicle. So the Hokuto, however you say it, Hokuto Allagash or Allagash, would be like a regular econo box hatchback normally. And what we've made here would just be a upmarket trim option, really, for it. It would just be an equipment package. And if something like this existed, it would be pretty rare. Kind of like the all-wheel drive versions of, like, the Civic and the Stanza wagon and the I can't remember what else. I think there was either a Corolla or a Camry that had it in the late 80s. They existed, but they were very uncommon because they were just expensive, and why buy an expensive version of a tiny car to do something that a truck-based SUV, compact truck-based SUV, could do better? Why buy something like this when you could get like a geo-tracker? You know?
Yeah, they're really... I mean, there's a very niche market of, like, parents who were like, I don't want to drive a Blazer, I want a car.
Yeah, like, it's really hard to justify the presumed expense on this when, like I said, something like a geo tracker exists, you know?
Hey, Noodle, you could get an AMC Eagle. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, if you hate yourself. But yeah, I suppose that is that for that car. That. I'm gonna send it to him, and we are going to move on to the next car in a minute. So that was east of Alex's car. And then I'm going to unpin this thing. I think I forgot to unpin Phoenix.
Someone asked how many cars you've done. Technically 2 or 3?
3. I didn't do one of them because it didn't really make sense. I didn't edit the car file because it didn't make sense, but I did go into detail as to why it didn't make sense and recommended a direction to start from if he was to make a new car, or if he was to remake it, basically. Right. So that's 3 down. I think I got 7. I'm gonna say 6 because this guy isn't in the Discord anymore, so I don't know what his deal is. So I got 6 before the stream. So I guess we can say we're halfway
subbed
done.
just so we could give you the car that he dipped out.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he's not in the Discord. I don't know what happened. He obviously had access to this channel, so he was like subbed or something. But also, Pepperoni John, you have your Twitch linked to your Discord, right? Like, you weren't just joining my Discord and expecting it to link without having your Twitch like linked to your Discord account. Because I've never seen the thing, I've seen the automatic system take a while to give someone its role, but I've never seen it just not give someone the role before. Yes, you were gifted, but you need to go onto Discord and go into your settings and link your Twitch account to your Discord account so that it can read that you are subbed to my my Twitch and then give you the role in Discord. Anywho, I think we will do... Yeah, we'll just do lurkers next. I'll just keep going in chronological order here, I guess. Two, 3... Oh, I didn't pin it. Okay, so I do have 4 left. Alright. Well, alright, let's just get to lurkers here. Oh, I'm gonna have to get water in a minute. Actually, rather than do that in the middle of the car, I'm going to do that now. I'm gonna get some water and maybe a snack. 5-minute break. I will be right back, and I will continue in a minute. I really need a proper intermission screen, by the way. Like, I need...
Yeah.
I know exactly what I need to fit.
Also, did you want me to just keep answering chat's questions and stuff?
Yeah, you can while I'm gone, but I know what I need to fit the Windows... fucking bumping my mic. To fit the Windows aesthetic, my intermission screen should be like a screensaver. Like an old, like, Windows 98 style screensaver. That would be the shit. I'll have to work on that sometime. Anyway, I'll be right back.
So yeah, if you guys have any like car questions or nerdy car stuff you want to talk about, now's the chance because yeah. Yeah, they don't serve. They don't serve. Wow, sorry. They don't sell Citroens in the states, which sucked. Because when I was younger, I'd watch Top Gear, and they had all these like cool.
Alright, I'm back. Just needed a quick snack and a sip of water. Alright, so... Did I have a call drop out? Cool, perfect timing. Hello?
The call dropped. The call
Yep.
dropped, so no one got to answer questions.
To answer the question as to why people dislike Sunfires, it's because them and pretty much all the J cars, especially the Cavaliers, are just, they're cynical. They are cheap, cynical garbage. They are not so much bad or good as much as they are just good enough. Like, when making those cars, GM cheaped out wherever they could. Wherever they could get away with it, really. And they're not even unreliable. Like, they are actually fairly reliable from a purely utilitarian mechanical standpoint. But, like, little shit on them always breaks, because it's always cheap. The interior's crap, you know? Sure, they are reliable. They will work, you know, they will keep working, but you will always be fixing them. You'll always be fixing little shit on them because they're just so fucking cheap. People call today's domestic cars disposable. Just look at the J bodies. Yeah, they really were disposable in a way. I mean, like, yeah, the engines lasted forever. Like, they were solid, you know, engines. They would last a long time if you maintained them. But, again, little shit on those engines would always be breaking. You'd always be fixing them, you know? Whether you maintain them properly or not. And I think the reason the Sunfire in particular stands out is because, one, it was long-lived, like the Cavalier. There were Oldsmobile and Buick J cars in the 80s that just about everyone forgets about, because they were only in the 80s and, you know, whatever. But the Cavalier and the Sunfire continued on into the 90s, so they're more common. But the Sunfire... What makes the Sunfire stand out from the Cavalier is the Cavalier was very conventional looking. It was kinda... Yeah, I guess they tried to make it look a little, like, exciting and modern, but when you look at a Cavalier, you knew exactly what you were fucking getting into. You were getting a basic-ass, cheap fucking car. That's it. Whereas the Sunfire tried to put on this fake air of, like, sportiness and exciting, you know... exciting driving experience, when in reality it was just a Cavalier. Like, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to people giving the Sunfire shit, because while they were both like the same car, the same shitty, cynical, boring, you know, half-assed, half-baked fucking cars, the Sunfire took it that little bit further by trying to just look exciting and sporty when it wasn't. So a Sunfire is like lying to yourself? No, a Sunfire is like... I'm trying to find a metaphor here. It's just really fake. It's kind of like I'm having a really hard time finding a metaphor, but you know these kinds of products that people buy that look like more expensive products. And I'm not just talking about like jewelry and stuff. I'm talking about like functional things.
It's like buying a $300 watch that looks like a Rolex.
Yeah,
because it's not
yeah,
a complete
kind
fake,
of.
because it's still like a nice
I mean,
$300
that's
watch,
not a.
But it's not a Rolex.
That's not a fair comparison, because that's kind of like jewelry, but it's like I'm talking about something like functional. Like a car is functional, you know, something that does something. But I'm having a hard time coming up with a metaphor here for some reason. I'm just going completely blank because, you know, dementia.
Like an entry-level Keurig?
No, it's like
like
those budget computer cases. Like, there's two kinds of budget computer cases, right? There are the real basic ones that are just like a black box with some holes for air to get in and some, you know, places to plug stuff in, right? Like,
yeah, like a Dell, like, business PC case.
No, like, I'm talking about, like build your own PC stuff. Like, perfect example of this would be the Roseville Line M. Like, here, let's bring up a display cap if I can. Like this. This is a type of budget case. This is the Roseville Line M. It's just a basic, look at it, it's just a box. Really great budget case, by the way, if you have a micro ATX build. Like, if you're putting together your first computer and you need to get a case, get this fucking case. This is a great case. Really well built, really flexible. It's big without being, you know, it's spacious on the inside without being, you know, too big to fit in places, and you get two fans with it. So, like, this is a very functional budget computer case, okay? This is like a Camry, or like a, yeah, like a cheap Toyota, okay? This is what a cheap Toyota or a Honda, like a Civic or something like. It's.
You know what the Sunfire is like?
It's very functional. A Sunfire is like let me. It's like this. All right, this is another case that you can get for about the same price. All right, this is a DIY PC. I've bought a DIY PC case before, and they're junk. Look at how flashy this fucking thing looks. But like, I don't think this has USB 3 up front. You know, it's cheap as shit. I can tell you because I've actually bought one of these. Okay, it has one on top of the case. Okay, it's got this fucking like full-on side panel, which is gonna make installing some motherboards a pain in the ass. It's gonna make installing stuff up front the pain in the ass. And this actually isn't even a micro ATX. It's a full-size case. So this isn't even as bad of an example. But this is a Sunfire.
The Sunfire trying to be like a sporty car is like the Chrysler 200 trying to be like a luxury car.
Yeah, it's just when you're getting an inexpensive car like that, you can spend, you know, you can get something that's functional and honest, or you can get something that's like pretending to be better than it is.
Well, yeah, because like that Saturn I had was like genuinely like it looked like a sporty car, and it actually kind of drove like one too. Like the dynamics of it were pretty decent.
Yeah, they were well-engineered cars, those Saturns. Like that's why I think Saturns were the best small car that GM ever built, because they didn't cheap out with them. They designed their own engine for them. It has this really nice high-tech all-aluminum engine. You know, it was well
built.
built.
It nice. And then like, even like the pedals, like the brake booster pressure was good for like high speed stuff, and the pedal placement was good for heel toe. Like they figured it out.
Yeah, it was a nice car.
Like it was so good. SCCA had a class for them. Like it was like a Saturn SC2 class. Like they were great.
Yeah, it's really a shame what happened to Saturn, but like Saturn shouldn't have existed. It shouldn't have existed in the first place. Like Saturn should have been a Chevrolet. They should have been selling something like that under Chevrolet instead of giving them people the fucking Cavalier. Like,
yeah.
Ugh. Anyway.
I mean, again, if mine didn't have rust, I would have kept it.
Yeah, we need to get back to the cars here. So, Lurker. 1976 popular Frenchie who crossed the ocean just to be loaded onto the back of a pickup and mocked at the truck meet for the next 35 years. 4-cylinder, 1.2-liter dual-carb engine. The family standard in 1962, exhumed in 1966, and put to death by Brazil in 2005? Huh? I'm having a hard time making heads or tails of this description. Don't give me a story, by the way. Just tell me like what the car is. Okay. It's a goofy looking thing. But you know, it is French. it's made of fiberglass. Huh. Huh.
This is a villager moment.
This is a villager moment. This is... Okay, so...
Huh.
I actually don't have too much of a problem with fiberglass because Reliant.
Why does it just look like the fiberglass is like moldy or dirty?
That's just the texture they use for. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what fiberglass looks like.
Oh, because it's still like so does the paint not show until you get like the paint menu?
Yeah. This is the raw. This is the car in the raw, basically.
Ah, okay.
So fiberglass. Right away, kind of weird. But not unheard of. Like I said, Reliant did it, and the company that's actually coming to mind here is there was a Turkish company that did this. I can't remember what the fuck were they called. They actually they borrowed some engineering from Reliant, and it was the only fully indigenous Turkish vehicle ever made. And I can't remember what it's fucking called. It's driving me nuts. They took.
Oh god, I actually think I know this company.
The company still
I've heard of
exists.
them.
They manufacture Ford vehicles. It's not. My brain keeps saying Cabosel, but Cabosel isn't it. Cabosel is a musician. What is it? Fuck. It's something that sounds kind of like that though. This is driving me nuts. All right, I know how I can find it. One of the later ones had a Pinto engine, and I know it's listed in the Ford Pinto engine Wikipedia page.
I don't think you told me about this company.
Yeah, I might have.
I think you told me to buy one of their cars.
Dude, Anadol. That's it. Anadol.
Yes. You did tell me
Anadol.
about them.
I'm gonna actually bring this bring up this Wikipedia page because these are not a well-known. This is not a well-known company.
You said I should buy something from them.
Dude, I actually quite like these. I think these are the shit. So let me bring this up.
Yeah, that's why you want me to buy one.
Oh yeah. So this is it's a company called Anadol, and they were in business from 66 to 91. And what they basically did was they co-developed this car with Reliant, which, as you know, Reliant, the same company that did the Reliant Robin, they had these cheap, like real small fiberglass cars. That was their niche, were these super cheap little fiberglass cars. And Anadol picked up on that because Turkey at the time didn't really have a lot of heavy industry. And so they didn't really have the industrial capacity to mass manufacture cars. However, fiberglass is a very easy material to manufacture, I suppose. In shaped fiberglass like this, they could actually manufacture this car. And what they did is they took Ford Kent engines, and they built this fiberglass bodied car on top of a metal frame. And yeah, this is it. It's pretty basic. It's like I said, basic Ford 4-cylinder engine, front engine, rear-wheel drive. I think it had leaf springs in the back, like very basic. But really, what I like about these cars is all these people who make these fictitious cars in automation. They're like, what if this country made a car? They're gonna engineer this whole car from the ground up, and it's gonna be cool and quirky and weird. And no, this is what like an indigenous car would look like.
Someone in the Discord just asked, what if China made cars but in the 70s? So this speech is actually quite well timed.
No, because I mean, yeah, I'm sure these weren't super high quality. I mean, they were very basic. Like, you weren't getting a Mercedes-Benz here, let's be honest. But, like, they're very sensible. Like, they didn't make the engine. They just bought Ford engines, you know? They didn't do all the engineering and design of this. They contracted Reliant, I think, to actually design it. They're like, you know, they were like, okay, it's not realistic to mass manufacture a car in Turkey and engineer it all. We just don't have the industrial capacity for that. So we will have Reliant develop the car, and then we'll manufacture it with Ford engines and I'm assuming Ford gearboxes. And, you know, that's how a country with fewer industrial resources can end up building a car. And these were actually fairly successful in their day. Unfortunately, the harsh reality of it was by the... which one is it? Yeah, the A8-16. By the time they got to this one in 1981, they really didn't have the money to engineer a more modern car. And by the time they got to the 80s, that really bit them in the ass. They just... They took the old car and they tried to, like, style it so it looked more modern, and it just ended up looking weird.
Odd.
Yeah. And again, that sort of shows some of the realities of these fantasy cars that people make, where it's like, what if this country made a car? You know, this country that never made cars before made a car. Well, it would probably be something, like I said, fairly sensible like this, but as far as the longevity of the company, that kind of comes into question, you know? And because they didn't have the money to engineer a modern car for the 80s, they pulled out of the passenger car market in 84 when this model was discontinued, and they kept making compact trucks until like the very early 90s before they pulled out of that market as well. Yeah, 91. And the company still exists, I think, or like the factory still exists, but at present, Otosan builds Ford Motor Company's passenger cars and commercial vehicles, which are exported to numerous countries in the world, particularly to the European Union, etc., etc. Had to rehydrate there. So yeah, that is my aside about Anadol and indigenously developed cars. Now, this is French, so the French did have the industrial capacity to build fully spec'd out, you know, metal cars. But this is, I'm getting big Reliant vibes from this. So that's what I'm gonna try and imitate. So something like this probably wouldn't have a monocoque. It'd probably have a ladder frame. So it would probably be all of this this fiberglass bodywork would be sitting on top of a ladder frame. I just don't know how a metal monocoque on or a fiberglass body on a metal monocoque would work. Does sort of limit the suspension options a little bit, but like we have to have wishbones up front, but that's fine. I don't know about -5 quality. I mean, I guess this is a cheaper car, but it's not. Again, it's not the Soviet Union. I'll give it -2.
-5
How about
quality,
that?
big said.
So, yeah, we'll, transverse front engine. I'll just give it a galvanized ladder frame. And sensible suspension setup. I'm gonna have to lower it again, though, because it gave me fucking solids up front and back, so. Right. Oh, those are some red markets. Interesting. What do we have here? We have a 1.4 liter inline 4 with a direct acting overhead cam. He said this was twin carb. This is not twin carb. That is a single carburetor. Did I read that thing right? 4-cylinder, 1.2 liter dual carb engine. That might be a twin barrel carburetor, but that is certainly one carburetor. Yes, that is a 2-barrel carburetor. And honestly, I would feel like this would have a for a car this small, I feel like it would have a smaller engine. I think this is too big.
Hey, Noodle.
Yeah.
Did the 98 Taurus SHOs with the V8s have problems?
I don't know why.
Because there's one for sale and I kind of want it.
Well, I guess it's time to find out, huh?
just buy it with no like previous looking at it. Just it'll be fine.
But yeah, to put it in perspective, the Reliant Robin had at most an 850cc engine. It was a pretty small car. This is a pretty small car. And while the Anadol had a like 1.3 liter engine, that was rear-wheel drive. They could fit a bigger engine, and they kind of needed a bigger engine because it was rear-wheel drive. Actually, so is the Robin. What the fuck am I talking about? I think the Anadol was a bigger car, though, so... Well, let's see. What other kinds of engines did Reliant use? I mean, the Kitten, 850cc. Rialto, that was like, yeah, another. They all used that same like 750, 850cc engine, by the looks of it. So yeah, I don't think a 1.2 liter is even necessary, really. Or he said 1.2. Oh, he made it a 1.4 and he reduced the bore to 1.2. But that's 1.3. That's 1.288. Like, visible confusion. Right. We're gonna size this engine down, okay? We're gonna make it smaller. We're gonna make it, I think, a 1 liter. We'll meet halfway. How about that? I mean, French cars at the time had very small engines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I really don't know too much about French cars of the era.
I mean, I know they had tiny-ass engines. Like...
I mean, even now they don't have particularly big engines,
Yeah.
so I guess you're kind of...
Yeah. So, I mean, let's look at some Renaults from the era. Renault 4. This was one of their front-wheel drive. Yeah, so that engines in that range from 603cc to 1100cc. So, especially for a fiberglass car, like, we really don't need anything big. Let's look at their timeline. What else do they have? In the early 1970s. The Renault 5. That was their hatchback. Anywhere from 800cc to 1400cc. Again, I think this is smaller. What's the wheelbase on this? 1.9. Oh yeah, this thing's tiny. I mean, even a 1 liter for some... I thought it was bigger than that. Holy shit, 1.9 meter wheelbase. A Renault 5 has a 2.4 meter wheelbase. This thing is tiny. I don't think this even needs a 1 liter. This could probably be just fine with like... This would probably be fine with like an 800cc engine, you know? So...
Yeah.
Like, this is bonkers. This is fucking bonkers. It's just so small. Like... Let's give it a little tiny 4-banger, just for the hell of it. Matter of fact, as a nod to Reliant, we'll make it an 850cc engine. Again, I don't want to take too many creative liberties here, but yeah, the engine was too big, IMO. And something this small, it would be viable to make it all aluminum. But really, you could go either way. It's up to you. But all aluminum, yeah. All cast, lower end, yeah, I guess. Yeah, something that's cheap, sure. We'll tune this up later. Probably doesn't even need a 2-barrel carburetor. Like a single 1-barrel carb is fine. And for 72, for something, you know, small and cheap like this, really makes sense.
It just works.
All of this, it just works. Cast log. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Getting more power by making the exhaust smaller. You see that? You don't have to make your exhaust pipe huge. Wow, Pog. No cat converter. Also, your muffler would be on the end, and it probably wouldn't be a reverse flow. It would probably be a baffled muffler in this time period. Righto. So, not a terribly powerful vehicle we have here. Let's see. Renault's 850cc engine. Power varied between 30 and 55 horsepower. Well, we can optimize this engine, that's for sure.
Give it some horsepower.
I mean, we can just make it more efficient. Lean up the mixture a bit, bring the timing back up. Honestly, guys, there really is no reason to ever have your timing below 50. Like, I'm not even sure why it's an option. Yeah, well, I guess it's just to make... It's only really there to make engines that are designed to run on regular gas run on piss and broken dreams, basically. Also known as Russian gas.
Yeah, run real good on some spicy water.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn the mixture up just for tuning purposes here. So you just fiddle with this ignition timing till you get something you like. Don't be afraid to dumpster your compression, because compression ratings in this game, I find, are always lower than their real specs. Yeah, we're just gonna let this bad boy rev, I guess. Though I really don't get a lot more horsepower from doing that. I lose a lot of low-end power, but I gain like half a horsepower. Not really worth, is it?
Half a horsepower? Not really.
So I think
But
50 is
Fox
actually
said
the
10
magic
horsepower.
number here.
Fox said 10 horsepower.
The box said 10 horsepower. So there we go. Nice little 40 horsepower engine. Not a lot of power, but then again, you don't need a lot of power. This thing is tiny, and it's made of fiberglass. it's not going to weigh a thing. 40 horsepower is enough to get you where you're going, at least in France.
I was talking to some guy about doing a rally build on the new BRZ because I really like it. He's like, "Oh, dude, what are you gonna do? Like, put an exhaust and an intake on? That'll probably give you like what, 60 horsepower?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay."
I mean, I couldn't really decipher this guy's description, but because he gave me this weird story about going to truck beats and getting laughed at instead of just telling me what the car is.
Going to truck.
Yeah.
Hey, Noodle, here's my car. By the way, every time I go to the Porsche car club with
Well,
my
like, here, let me
leave.
reread his description to you, okay? 1976 popular Frenchie who crossed the ocean just to be loaded onto the back of a pickup truck and mocked at the truck meet for the next 35 years. 4-cylinder, 1.2-liter dual-carb engine from the engine family started in 1962, exhumed in 1966, and put to death by Brazil in 2005. What? Like, was he telling me the story of one particular car or of the model itself? Like, what is this?
Or the owner.
I kind of had to guess what this is supposed to be. Like, is this supposed to be... I mean, I based on the fiberglass body, I just said, okay, this is a budget, just like a budget car, you know, like a very cheap, like, skirt regulations tiny car, like a Reliant Robin, you know? That's what I gathered from it. But
that first part is just like just his life story.
Yeah, I didn't really follow. It was a little weird. Bottom end doesn't need to be this low quality. I've been neglecting the quality sliders. Why is the fucking car +8 quality? Excuse me? That's ridiculous. Wouldn't make any sense.
Sir, what was it? Negative what?
+8 quality for the carb.
Oh, it was plus. Oh, so he's got like a really good carburetor on it. Everything else is shit.
Everything else is just cheap. Yeah, it's... I don't know. 3-speed automatic? Could you even get something like a... I mean, you couldn't get the Anadol in automatic. I don't think you could even get like a Reliant. Did they have automatics?
I would be shocked if they did.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this has like a 4-speed or a... Yeah, 4-speed.
Because the gears are probably really short. With only 40 horsepower, you're not gonna have like long gears.
Also, he has the top speed set to 148. That's very optimistic.
Maybe 148 kilometers on like a downhill with like a bit of a breeze.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this thing can get up to 87. Somehow. But I'm not going to gear it for highway speeds because something like this really wouldn't be designed for highway speeds.
Yeah.
This is not a highway car. It's very small. It's, let me just make sure I got... What are we revving at highway speeds? Let's find out. So, at 56, we're spinning 3,500 RPMs. Yeah, for something like this...
Yeah.
That's about what you can expect. Yeah, this is not a highway vehicle. This is a very small car. Something this small in 1972 would be outright dangerous on the highways.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd want to drive that particular car on the freeway.
We're gonna give it real, like, thin boy tires.
Thin boy.
Give it real small wheels, too. I mean, they're... Oh, he's got radials. No, not in a million years, dude. Not happening. No way, Jose.
He's fun.
The car terminally oversteers. Really? I mean, even with an 850cc, look at how crammed that engine is in there.
Hey, Noodle, you're just streaming a black screen.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know. Someone just DM'd me. I don't know how long you've been doing it for, because I haven't had stream open because I can't deal with double echo.
Oh, okay. I pressed, I still have the screen swap, thing set up from our robot arena. How long has it been doing that? Not 2 hours. I know it hasn't been 2 hours. Just shut the fuck up.
5 minutes. Okay, I guess we're good.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you heard what I was saying. It's fine, TM. I haven't...
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to stream because I can't have the because the audio already echoes.
I had
stream open.
The problem was I had the window up. I brought my Discord up to read that description to you, and that blocked my OBS. I forgot to minimize it again, so I was just assuming everything was fine as usual, and
clearly it was not fine.
Yeah. Tires way too wide. 135s? I mean, I know they're kind of supposed to be bicycle tires, but
well, this thing is gonna handle 2 great regardless.
Yeah, it's gonna handle like shit. It's gonna handle like complete and utter shit. I mean, that's just the reality of the era, though. It's gonna handle like shit.
Like, 2 CVs managed to have terminal understeer and oversteer in the same corner at roughly the same time.
I mean, they weren't meant to go fast, so if you went fast, you just died. Like...
Well, yeah, like, if you turn in hard at quick speed relative to a 2 CV, like, it's not gonna be a good time.
You gave it disc brakes, dude.
Disc brakes.
Can you imagine?
Dude, a 2 CV with disc brakes, you'd breathe on the brake pedal and it would stop so hard, you'd be, like, falling out of the windshield.
This thing is, you hit the brakes, they're all gonna lock up, and that's how a car like this would be, honestly. I mean, the brake setup I have here is actually fairly optimistic for the early 70s cheap car, I think. Also, front wing, get out of here. This doesn't have any arrow. Fuck off. No arrow. No,
it has no arrow.
No, it's not happening. Back seats in this thing?
The 2CV had back seats.
Yeah, I mean... They were like...
Europeans are weird. They'll cram themselves into anything.
Calling them seats is charitable. I was gonna call them, like, covered, frames, really.
Yeah, like, covered storage. Yeah, no. But, no, dude, like, people literally make the argument that, like, you could fit 8 people in a 2CV.
Nah.
Like, yeah, you can.
If you had 8 very small, close friends, yes. Deus's had discs, yes, but the Deus was a luxury car. The Deus was not... It wasn't an economy car. It was an upmarket car. A lot of people forget that because it's like small, and you think, oh, small equals cheap. Well, no, not necessarily. It's French, so you know. What we will do is we'll give it a basic interior because that's what it would have. I'll give it a +3 in the back. I mean. Yeah, we'll give it a 2 + 3. That's what we'll do. I think that's fair. Power steering, get the fuck out.
Yeah, again.
We're getting read at for comfort and prestige and safety, but like, who cares? The markets can go fuck themselves. Honestly, giving the standard 70 safety even feels like...
Even feels pretty,
yeah.
Generous.
And standard springs, most definitely. And I'll give it a decent-ish tune, so it's not complete ass to drive in Beam. But it's
There's a guy who,
but it's going to be a complete
CVs.
ass to drive in Beam. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, so there's a group of people who race 2 CVs and like, I think all they do is change the carburetor and like. Maybe they do like some little stuff, but nothing crazy. But they don't like swap out brakes or anything. Because like a racing spec 2CV is like still a really, really slow car compared to anything else.
I mean, what do they race them on? Go-kart tracks?
No, like there's like really small tracks in Europe. So like if you go to Europe, though, there's like a big track that's like, let's say big, but like a normal track that's like a 1 minute 50 something lap and like a medium-ish pace car. But then there's like all these like little like cutoff areas. So you can make that track and turn it into like a 30-second lap in like a normal car. So then when you put a bunch of 2CVs on it with guys who like race in 24 hours of Nürburgring, it's pretty good racing.
Sounds like a blast. Anyway, yeah, here's your, it's a Renault, but it's not a Renault. This really wasn't a Renault, though. This was, like, something completely different, and I don't know if that's what he wanted, but that's what it is. When you make a weird fiberglass-bodied car, like, Again, I was having a hard time figuring out exactly what he was going for because of the weird description he gave me.
Yeah, well, he sent you like his whole life deal.
Yeah,
like,
he sent me his life story, and I'm like, huh? What?
That's like the hey Noodle, I need you to fix my car for me. By the way, I was born and made. I fucking it's just whole life story.
This trim piece is like uber broken.
Dude, I think the world wants me to buy a Viper.
Why?
Because there's like there went from being no Vipers for sale near me, and now there's like 5. Or maybe there's like 8, and there's a Hennessy Viper for sale near me.
Ooh.
This thing ran at 8, so it's a 2001. It ran a 893 at 150. I don't know.
Hennessy's
what
are fucking bonkers.
I'm assuming that's quarter, because the sticker that says it says 893 at 150 is right over the giant bottle of nitrous in the back of the car. So, I'm thinking it must be quarter mile. I mean,
Hennessy Viper, hit gas, die.
It might be turbocharged. See, the listing's really new. So they haven't put anything in it, but I'm pretty sure that it's. Oh, dude, yeah, I think that's a Hennessy 1000. So that's a 1,000 horsepower Viper. I just zoomed in on this.
Okay,
sticker.
One more car down. We blew a lot of time with that one, so we gotta make this next one fast. Okay, so Katso actually uploaded a newer version of his car, so I'll have a look at that. The Moretto Duster. So he says, one of the last gasps of the station wagon, complete with a 4-liter V8 with single-point EFI, a 2-way cat, that's probably going to be wrong, and 4-speed automatic. The 1995, yeah, that's a 3-way cat. Moretto Duster. So right off the bat, I'm going to make your engine much more efficient and powerful. 4-liter V8. What is this, Ford? I mean, yeah, it's not unheard of.
Dude. That Viper has twin turbos.
We'll get to that later. The 4-liter V8. Do. Righto. I'm seeing some very bad brakes. So this is. What is this chassis? This body specific? This is a 2.5 meter. So this is kind of like a medium-sized car. So he said it's one of the last gasps of the station wagon, but the last gasp station wagons were bigger than this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like a Roadmaster from the 90s. They were fucking huge.
Those things were big, yeah.
Oh yeah, they were big boys. Yeah, that's like 2.9 meter wheelbase. Like, this is small for a station wagon. You would see occasional station wagons, but they were usually the cheaper, smaller cars in like the early 90s. But they really fell off the face of the earth after crossovers came in the mid 90s. So like station wagons in the 90s, they were usually like smaller, cheaper cars, or like those big fucking GM fuck you, we can build them because we don't care, also fuck you. A V8 would be well, okay, we'll get to that. Anyway, we can put treated steel panels on this, I think. Like it's 1995. Get with the times, people. So he has, interestingly, he chose a light truck monocoque as opposed to going whole ham ladder or regular monocoque, which for something this small, I would just do a monocoque. I don't think something like this would be ladder frame in any capacity. I think it would just be full-on unibody. If my game doesn't crash here, which, guess what? My game has crashed.
Oh, no.
Hello, bug splat window. We meet again.
Well, while you do that, I can talk about this Viper. Dude, I want it so bad.
Okay.
1,000 horsepower twin turbo Viper with a stick. That's like that's a recipe for danger. And I really want it.
Righto. Let's try that again. Shall we? Right, so this is... Let's try this again. Unibody, hey, ho, hi, he, ho, hi, he, he, ha, hu, ha, ha, ha. There we go. Yeah, so unibody, definitely.
Oh yeah, that was the finishing touch. Yeah, when you come check out my new place, please just don't do that.
What that?
If you do that, I'm kicking you out. Right, so a couple things about this engine. First of all, kind of big for what this is. I know it's saying it'll fit in the engine bay, but for a car this size, this is a bit big. I mean, honestly, a car this size by 1995 would be front-wheel drive. Like, the only reason you saw, I didn't even touch on that. The only reason you saw rear-wheel drive, the only times you saw rear-wheel drive station wagons in the 90s were these massive, you know, like GM land boats. Like, they were the only ones. You know, they really were going the way of the dodo by the 90s, and like the last nail in the coffin really was crossovers. But yeah, unless you're going the German route, this would be front-wheel drive. Yeah, this is almost certainly front-wheel drive, which as soon as we do that, I don't think this engine's gonna fit. Ford Taurus wagon, silly goose. Yes, I know it existed, but they were kind of, wagons were kind of on the way out. And again, that's front-wheel drive. It wouldn't be rear-wheel drive like this. If you're talking about, if he, you know, he said last gasp of wagons. I think he meant that in the sense the last gasp of big family wagons, but this isn't big. That's the problem. And so the rear-wheel drive configuration here doesn't make any sense in 1995.
something like this would probably be front-wheel drive. And if it's front-wheel drive, then we're gonna have to throw away this engine because this is too big for this body. Like, yes, I get that there were rear-wheel drive wagons, I guess, of this size, usually German. And, you know, there were wagons in the 90s, definitely. But it was on the way out, and the way he described this, like he said, last gasp wagon. Well, the last gasp wagons of the 90s were things, like I said, like the big family wagons. The Buick Roadmaster and the Caprice wagon and the whatever the fucking Oldsmobile one was called, I can't remember. Whereas, like, the station wagon body style itself would kind of just peter off into the early 2000s. So, yeah, it's kind of weird, because I have to choose. Do I make this a large land boat wagon, or do I make this more like the mid and smaller size wagons of the day? In which both cases, I'm going to have to fundamentally make some serious changes to this car. Let me read his description again, just to make sure I got it right.
Yawn. Excuse me.
So he said, yeah, one of the last guests was a station wagon complete with 4-liter V8 with single-point EFI, 2-way 4-speed automatic. Yeah, he didn't really give me... Because, like I said, the only way station wagons that were really having their last gasps in the 90s were those big ones.
Yeah, those things. I mean, those things were ancient.
Yeah.
You see like 70 designs with like a 96 model year. You know what I mean?
Self-advice
It's
for
kind
next
of
time
like,
next time I make a late 90s wagon, make it bigger. Yeah, I guess. I mean, is there... I'm gonna delete all your trim work here, unfortunately, but let me see if I can find a bigger body from this era that makes sense. So this is a 2.5. Alright, here's a fucking huge one. This is a 2.9 meter wheelbase. If you want something a little more in the middle, there's a 2.7 here. But I think like something like this would be more appropriately sized if you're trying to replicate that last gasp big rear-wheel drive family wagon thing that like GM was doing in the 90s. They were completely refreshed in well, yeah, they were refreshed in 91, but let's be honest, the engineering was from the 70s, really.
Yeah, like I mean, it's like the G-Wagon. Like they just didn't change it till the most recent model.
Like they updated it, but
redesign.
it really
Yeah,
wasn't.
like, updating and like redoing it are two totally different things.
All right, so
It's like a Grand Wagoneer. Like even though that was like a 90s vehicle, it was clearly like it came out like in the like late 60s or like 70s. Like it was from a different era.
all right, so now that we've got this larger body, I think we'll switch to a ladder frame because again, this is going to be something where they carried engineering over like through the through the 80s from the 70s basically. So we'll give it the ladder frame and then the basic wishbones up front, solid axle coils out back. Yes, I know it's lifted into the sky. We'll fix that later. Now, this engine. So we've got like a mix of like... Really, this is mostly just General Motors here. I'm seeing overhead valve, all iron, throttle body fuel injection. This is this screams General Motors. However, the problem is it's kind of small. Even even General Motors, which is very good at making overhead valve engines in the 90s and beyond, they weren't. They were higher displacement. Yeah, they could make a very powerful, like, smaller displacement overhead valve engine, but they were more, you know, like the more expensive LSs. Whereas just the regular overhead valve engines, they kept them pretty big so that they could make decent power, you know, with the lack of technology, you know, with using things like this single point EFI. Now, another problem is this is 95, okay? In 1995, that was the very last year they were using single point EFI on my truck. And trucks are usually lagging like 5-10 years behind as far as technology goes. GM had done away with throttle body injection in on passenger cars before 95. So this probably wouldn't have throttle body injection. I mean, even something like this existing in 95, being re-engineered in 95 as opposed to like the very early 90s, kind of a stretch. But if it was, it wouldn't have this kind of fuel injection. It would have more modern fuel injection, and I think this engine would be bigger. So I came here with, to put simply, is an outdated Mercedes station wagon with an ancient GM engine. I guess.
Huh?
GM ran single point on the 5.0 and 5.7 on the B-bodies till 93, and then it was replaced with the LT1 in 94. Okay. Yeah, because like I said, I know
I just don't understand why it'd be like a Mercedes wagon with a GM motor. Like, that just doesn't really make sense.
I mean, it's either going to be a premium vehicle or not.
Well, it's like, I know Mercedes did this stuff with Chrysler, but it was always Chrysler getting like the few-year-old Mercedes stuff, so it wasn't the other way around. You didn't have a Mercedes with a Chrysler motor, so I'm just kind of confused where he's getting that from.
I think what he's trying to say is it's like a modern station wagon body with an old engine. But, like, I don't really see how that makes sense. Because, again, by the time the 90s rolled around, big station wagons weren't very popular, you know?
Yeah.
And to keep them marketable, GM intentionally cheaped out on engineering costs. You know, they carried over the B-body. They carried over these V8s. They stuck with throttle body injection on them all the way up until 1993. Despite...
I mean, yeah, they were just 70s cars being sold up until that period.
In many ways, yeah. They were old
like,
cars,
again,
but
they had
new,
some
basically.
Updates,
So,
but you
like,
were essentially buying like a 1970s car.
This whole idea of having like a Mercedes wagon with a GM engine doesn't really make sense, because it's like you have an expensive car with a cheap engine. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, also, again, like, yeah, like Mercedes and Chrysler merged, but it was always Chrysler getting the few-year-old Mercedes stuff. It wasn't, you didn't have a Mercedes based on a Chrysler. It was very much a one-way street.
Hearing a 4-liter engine called small really highlights how unfamiliar with the U.S. cars I am, Lamau. I mean, for a V8, that is small. And I was going to get to that in a minute. Yeah, like, 4 liters is kind of small for a V8.
Yeah, like the modern twin-turbo V8s are 4 liters.
At least in the context of America, and especially in the context of overhead valve, because at the same time, we get back to GM, they had a V6 based on the small block at this time. The Chevrolet 90-degree V6, or GM 90-degree V6, depending on who you ask. It was basically a small block with 2 cylinders chopped off. And that was sitting at about 4.3 liters. It was like anywhere from 4 to like 4.3. I think some bigger ones were 4.8. So that was a big V6. So this is on the smaller end of big V6 size.
I mean, like, put in perspective, so Mercedes, which is what like the manufacturer's going after, I guess, not that long ago, their NAV8s were 5.5 liters and 6.2 liters. So yeah, a 4-liter is pretty small.
So displacement is just mega gas consumption. No. No, it is not. And that is that is a very politician notion. You see these laws in Europe where they regulate cars based on displacement. It's fucking stupid because, yes, while generally larger displacement engines will consume more fuel, that's not the case. There is how much fuel and how much emissions, how much fuel an engine consumes and how much emissions it creates is not directly correlated to its displacement. There are so many other factors that can change that.
Well, also, like, having a big motor that's tuned in, like, a lazy state is probably going to be a little bit more efficient than, like, a little tiny motor that you have to, like, rev out every time you try to get in the car.
Like, again, these were under-engineered in order to make them economically viable to sell in the 90s.
But, yeah, and displacement does not mean bad fuel economy.
No, it really doesn't. Like,
I mean, look at the LS. Like, if you get, like, a normal Corvette that's, like, stock, not with someone come crazy cam and all that stuff, they can get, like, 30 miles a gallon pretty easily just cruising on the freeway.
I mean, perfect.
Now, obviously,
perfect example is the engine that everyone loves to hate, the Iron Duke, 2.5 liter inline 4 that could make a 2,800 pound car with a 3-speed automatic get like 30 miles per gallon on the highway. You know?
Yeah.
Like, displacement is not the determinator of like how much gas an engine uses. It's fucking stupid.
I mean, I've had some cars like Euro stuff with the
50
small
MPG was
engines.
common in the 90s. I would not say that at all.
Well, he's talking about Euro stuff with like 80 horsepower.
I mean, yeah, I guess the real small shit, maybe.
Well, also they're
Even in Europe, 50 miles per gallon?
Oh, also I think they do their MPG a bit different. I don't know why. I just heard they did though. Like when they convert it over to like American miles a gallon, it's different. I don't know why.
I don't know.
I could be wrong
We're getting
on that.
sidetracked. Basically, I think this engine is too small for a V8. Now, if we were to make this a 4-liter V6, I think that would make a lot more sense. And I've picked a body here that's actually smaller than the GM like B-body station wagons, so I think that's what I'm going to go with. We're going to go with a V6, very similar to the Chevrolet V6, the Chevrolet, basically the small block V6, you know? Now,
Yeah.
I need to copy, what kind of specs am I looking at for that engine? I know it's going to be over square, it's because, you know, small block. I just don't know how over square. Well, let me look it up. And even something like that was something they engineered in the 70s. They're like, oh fuck, we need more V6s. Take a small block and chop 2 cylinders off. Okay, so the bore would be anywhere from 90 to about 101.6 millimeters. So we'll do... And the stroke was 88. So what we'll do is we'll do 90 stroke. And, 100 millimeter bore. Actually, we'll meet somewhere in the middle. We'll do 98. So we're 4 liters. We're right back at 4 liters. This time we're a V6.
Like, you know, all these people who think displacement means you're gonna get bad fuel economy and stuff. Like, you got to be realistic. Like, my 1,000 horsepower Viper that I'm gonna buy is clearly gonna get like 18 gallons per mile. I mean,
Yeah.
it's real efficient with its engine size per fuel, consumption.
All cast lower end. Yeah, I mean this is going to be an under-stressed engine, I would assume. I would just change to hyper eutectic cast because by now everyone would be using that. That's just where the technology's gone. I can put a couple quality points in the valves if you want. This isn't going to be a rever at all, so it doesn't really matter that much. I think I'm going to tune it like so. And I'll just put the one quality point in there because this is going to make power from its displacement more than anything, not from revving. So I think, yeah, 40 was actually pretty on the nose. This would definitely have multi-point EFI, though, by now. By 1995, this shit was gone. And it would have a three-way cat. Three-way cats went out with the 70s. They just suck. They're just awful. And I think we can justify a resonator and exhaust. So, and I'm actually gonna restrict the exhaust diameter a little bit, just to make that a little bit more efficient. Now, what kind of power am I shooting for here? Well, the very last Chevy V6s were putting out 165 horsepower. Actually, no, there were some with, okay, I think there were some with, okay, no, they actually kept making them into the 2000s. And the multi-point fuel-injected ones were making about, 180 horsepower. At even lower RPMs, like 4,400. So this is actually revving more than a GM engine would. But we're pretty on the nose as far as power goes.
You know what's bad, Noodle, about, like, not bad, but it's, like, kind of upsetting? The turbo 4-cylinder they put in the new Chevy trucks makes more power and torque than our V8s.
Yeah, but just wait until that thing breaks. Good
well, yeah,
luck.
but I mean, warranty and who cares?
Good luck, dude.
People who buy modern cars, they just don't.
They're buying a 4-wheel warranty.
When the car hits like 180,000 miles, they just trade it in and get something new, and they just don't. It's not even a thing. The Mustang i4, the new Mustang 4-cylinders are actually really good. I've driven them a ton. They're pretty fun cars. The base Mustang does not suck.
I mean, people are still arguing about fuel economy in the chat. The problem with that is, if you're going to do a one-to-one comparison with cars in the 2000s and the 90s, like, yeah, okay, safety regulations have made cars heavier, but if you compare, like, two cars with the exact same configuration, then obviously the modern one's going to be more fuel efficient. I mean, yeah, safety regulations have kind of shit on fuel economy a little bit, but at the same time, even with more lax safety regulations, cars are going to be heavier, and so...
I mean, let me put it to you this way. My 718 Boxster ahead would get 30 miles a gallon. There's no way you can get 30 miles a gallon in, like, a first-gen Boxster. You just wouldn't.
Yeah.
Plus, like, whatever extra weight the, like, 30-gram airbag or whatever adds to the car, I'll take it. I like not dying if someone crashes into me. Like, I'll take that, point whatever, 0.235 of a gallon extra.
Yeah, and one thing you have to remember is the market has changed. Everything has gone up market as far as the automotive industry goes. And yeah, like, it sucks that, fuel economy has kind of taken a hit in that sense, in the sense that you can't just get a small, super basic car with nothing on it that all it does is sip gas. But the thing is, people in the market for that kind of car have so little money that it is just not economical to market and manufacture a car like that. To engineer, market, and manufacture a car like that is just not economical. Because the people who are in the market for that kind of car are going to buy used cars. Like, broke millennials, basically. That's what the market for that kind of car is, and broke millennials don't have money for a car. You play Chocolate Rain. That is absolutely not happening. So we're just going to fiddle with the tune here until we get something nice. And I think we have got something nice. So there you go. 190 horsepower. It's a nice handful of horsepower. And it's just a nice, like, under-stressed engine, Nothing radical, nothing, single exhaust. That's, we're not doing dual exhaust for something something like this. But yeah, nothing radical, nothing controversial, just a good old V6 engine made from old, tried and tested manufacturing processes. Engineering, rather. Tried and tested engineering. So
Also, people in Euroland don't really compare what you get for MBG versus what Americans get for MBG because our roads are so different and our cars are so different, it's not really comparable.
I kind of have stripped your car of trim here, so I'm going to have to delegate that to you, putting the trim back on. Here, I'll put some lights on it so it's a little bearable.
But also, I'm not sure why Euro people are so proud of what their cars get for MPG, because the most uneconomical stuff I've owned have all been AMG Mercedes.
Yeah, like, European cars are not innately more fuel efficient than American cars, and vice versa. Like, you can get fuel efficient European cars, you can get fuel efficient American cars.
The Veyron and the G-Wagon.
Yeah, like, everyone's got cars that just slurp up gas, and everyone's got cars that don't slurp up. Like, it's...
The Veyron slurps everything. The Veyron slurps tires.
Yeah, the Veyron is a big suck, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's big suck in mostly the owner's wallet.
Yeah.
The G-Wagon does look very dynamic. That's because until the last model change, it wasn't.
I'm just doing some basic styling on this. I'm not really putting a lot of thought into this. I'm just putting this here so it doesn't look so bare. I recommend that you change this when you get the chance. This is the unfortunate side effects of completely stripping a car bare when you change the body. And we'll throw in an exhaust tip on there
back,
for
by
good
the way.
measure. Was that?
You got the trim thing back, so you can actually move stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's normal size now.
It just works. This whole game just works.
Alright, so 4-speed automatic, yeah, pretty much. Wow, this thing hauls ass.
Vayrons cost 20K for an oil change. Well, I mean that's more labor because they have to like take shit out of the car before before they can do the oil change.
I'm gonna give this like 4L60E transmission where I space the fucking gears out. Nah, I'm not that cruel. But yeah, it would probably have a pretty high geared top speed, just because, you know, gotta save that gas, sip, sip. 0 to 60 in 9 seconds? Yeah, sounds about right. Front tires and rear tires would probably be the same size. Because for something like this, it's not going, it's hard to justify the costs of having much larger, rears as opposed to the fronts. I think it's safe to give it 16 inches too. Vented discs. This is not the 70s, but probably still drums in the back. We'll give it nice, like, GM brakes. GM was very good about their brakes. Thank goodness. So those front brakes are gonna be nice and powerful.
Chat's angry about the Veyron now.
Not
should've
semi-clad.
brought it
Yeah,
up.
it's. Is chat degenerating?
There's still people arguing about fuel economy.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Get over it. This would have variable hydraulic because, again, this is not the 70s. We'll give it ABS. Sure, fuck it. Standard springs, probably. You know, we'll be nice. We'll give it gas monotube suspension, and then I'll just give it the Lake Classic.
The people
tune.
in chat who are saying 12-year-olds like Veyrons and Supras, you guys are wrong. What 12-year-olds really like now is Chrysler products.
Yeah.
Specifically the Hellcat twins and siblings.
That's who it's marketed to, at least with regards to mental capacity.
Oh, it's 100% marketed. Dude, every single Chrysler ad, so I get targeted a lot of car ads, naturally, and every single Chrysler ad, they're like, build for bragging rights, build for the, you know, poster, and it's like, well, yeah, of course, because your cars are shit to drive and they're unreliable.
Hopefully this won't be too shit to drive in Beam, but it's hard
Yeah,
hard to know. It's Beam. It's the converter, you know. Automation cars do not do well in Beam. But yeah, the only thing I would change beyond this is, like I said, maybe consider bumping it down to an early 90s vehicle. And obviously I had to strip your trim off, so you're gonna have to re-add that. But just remember, when you're making one of these quote-unquote last gasp big family SUVs, the only way to make them affordable to sell, or the only way to make them economical to sell, was to kind of just carry over a lot of, you know, old engineering.
The Trackhawk is really dope. Yeah, the best part about the Trackhawk that makes it really dope is that if you drive it fast for like 12 minutes, it'll cook the brakes to the point where you're actually getting physical smoke off of them. That's my favorite part. No. The other part is if you change gears too much, like, I don't know, to maybe be in like the power band of your performance car, the transmission will overheat and put you in like a limp mode. So your 707 horsepower car becomes slower than a 15-year-old Honda Civic running on 3 cylinders in hopes and dreams.
Alright, sorry, I gotta take another break here. I gotta take a piss and get more water. And as it turns out, the two are correlated, so I'll be right back.
The Trackhawk is nice. No, it's not. Please stop. Don't make me go on my Chrysler rant. Please don't. Again, hopefully the call lasts, but if it doesn't, I'll answer your questions in chat. But if you have questions, just say them and I'll try and answer them. The Trackhawk is a piece of shit. Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. It's a shame because like they're pretty fun. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say 707 horsepower isn't fun, but I can't recommend one to anyone in good faith because I've had really bad experiences with my Chrysler products. Every magazine or journalist that's had one like long term has had a ton of issues. Like Edmunds has a Ram 1500 right now, and I think it had 17 or 19 recalls. I can't remember. So there's only a few Chrysler products I would own, and basically most of them have the V12, not V12, V10, the Ram SRT10 and a Viper. Because those have issues still. They're not perfect, but the engine's cool enough to warrant it. I mean, the Trackhawk is fast. Like, it's heavy, but 707 horsepower is 707 horsepower. Like, the 0 to 60 times and the quarter mile times don't lie. It's just, the issue with these Chrysler products now is they're putting the Hellcat motor in it, and it jacks up the price of them. So, like, the Jeep and the Durango Hellcats now are, like, $90,000 trucks. I mean, I've seen some that are nudging 100. And when you're getting to that price point, you're competing with like a Macan, a Range Rover, a Mercedes, a BMW, and you just can't, like, their interiors are like the same as a normal one, and they're quick in a straight line, but they don't have the same athleticism that all the other vehicles in its class do. So they're just kind of one-trick ponies. Do I have a strong opinion on the Gladiator? I mean, I don't particularly like it, just because, again, Chrysler products, but also, like, it's a small truck, so you lose a lot of the practicality of having a pickup truck, but because it's so long, it's not that great at off-roading. And then the other issue with the whole Wrangler platform, as well as the Gladiator platform, is it doesn't have enough power for its platform. But it's such a, they focus it so much on off-roading that it doesn't handle the 300 horsepower it gets well now. But Chrysler just dumped the 6.4 in it, which gives it 470 horsepower, and there's no way that platform is going to actually be able to handle it. It's going to drive like absolute garbage. I mean, the same issue with like the Rebel TRX Ram thing. Like, people are saying, oh my god, it's amazing, it's a truck with this much power and everything, but like, it's a pickup truck. I mean, I had a Raptor for a little bit, and that thing had 450 horsepower. That's kind of the limit of like what you want in a truck that's meant to also be off-road. Like, on paper, that thing's probably gonna be amazing, and I'm sure the like people who review it, the journalists who get the press cars, are, you know, they're gonna like it, because if you drive it around for a week, I'm sure it's really fun. But to actually own one, it's probably going to be the same story as most Chrysler products. And again, it's a shame. I don't wish they were bad, because, I mean, again, like, you drive a Hellcat for a week, it's a fun car. I just wish that they could be reliably fun cars. 400 horsepower is the limit of what you want. I mean, it depends on the car. I was actually thinking about this today. I mean, it really does depend on the car. I mean, 400 horsepower is a pretty good number for like a sports car that you plan on driving on the road. But I mean, so my SL63 has a News Makes No Difference 600, and it's a riot. But yeah, no, my 400 is pretty good. Are American sports cars more than just straight line and drag race? Yeah, the new Mustang platform is really good. I mean, it's a pretty good GT car, funnily enough. Like, it's very comfortable. I own a Bullet Mustang, so they're very good. The Camaro SS, the 1LE, that thing is like the 10th fastest car around Willow Springs. Yes, Noodle.
Hellcat.
But yeah, no, I mean, the Mustang and Camaro are very good sports cars. The Hellcat twins are total just straight line stuff. The second you show them a corner, they just slide.
Anyway,
Camaros are really fast around a track. Yeah, they're very
let's talk
fast.
about something that isn't Chrysler. Let's get back to the cars. I've only got 3 left, so let's make this snappy. So I've got Dela's here. The Vittoria Mk1. Let's see if that imports. Yes.
The Demon was even worse. Yeah, the Demon has been breaking its diff because they gave it a trans brake, but the diff isn't strong enough. So Chrysler's fix, rather than to put a better diff in it, they just said, well, we didn't mean for you to use the line lock and the traction control and all that stuff, the trans brake on the dragster. Just don't use it.
Huh. So, he says, I tried to make a 2000s hatchback, but couldn't decide on a price point or whether I wanted it to be hot or not. So I ended up making a higher spec than I originally intended. For reference, I started off using the 2007 Abarth as an example, but kinda couldn't make sense of the wiki. Oh man, have those things really been around that long?
2007 is a bit early. I thought they were like 09, 010.
Because 07 Abarth. Yeah, that was literally the year they came back. The first models launched were the Abarth Grande Punto.
Oh, the Punto. Yeah, that's... See, we didn't get that in America. We only got the 500.
Well, this is Dela.
We didn't get the Punto.
Also, I need to get rid of my intermission shit. I don't know, because, like, I generally, you know, tell my stuff from the perspective of Afghanistan, but, like, you start getting into the 2000s, you start getting into the all-encompassing reign of the crossover, you know? Station wagons were going... hatchbacks were relegated more and more to, like, a budget niche. I don't know. I mean, I guess you had, like, shit like the Focus and the Fiesta. GM Fiat small platform. Wait, GM had a hand in this? What the fuck?
Hmm.
Yeah, because Opel used it. And the 2016 to present Dodge Neon for foreign markets uses it. So in a way, GM indirectly engineered a Dodge Neon.
Interesting.
That is the most disgusting thing I have ever said. Very weird. So yeah, this was the platform of the Grande Punto, the Corsa, the Mito.
Ooh.
The fucking
Ooh.
Mito. Whoa,
Mito.
God, what an abortion of a platform.
Yeah, what a crummy. Just...
Jeep Renegade is based off of this? Excuse me?
Oh yeah, no, the Renegade is the same thing as the Fiat 500 Trekking or whatever they call it. Yeah, yeah.
So like it's based off of this platform. The Renegade oh my god, dude. Oh boy, this is cursed, extremely cursed. What else can I say? Right, so a hatchback. Well, I'm gonna base
Yeah,
this...
there's a funny story about the Renegade. This guy had one in
Oh my.
Arizona.
Why is it so high off of the ground? Why is the
What, the
axle so
Renegade?
solid? Della, please. What is going on with the lights? Oh no.
Oh no.
It's the Pepega car. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix anything. Right. So, what, 2.5 meter wheel? So this is about the same size as the Grande Punto. It's made of carbon fiber. Della, I know my educational streams are kind of dry, but have you slept through all of them?
Carbon fiber. Yo, dude, I got a Jeep Renegade. Chrysler put a 392 in it. It's made out of carbon, dude.
It should be aluminum what? Did this get corrupted or something? Maybe this, because, I mean, was this supposed to have front and rear leaves? Because, it's got front and rear leaves. Maybe the car file got corrupted. Also, did you make this on like a really old version of automation or something?
Yeah, she made it like
The leaves are right, but I swear it was aluminum. Oh boy. Okay. We're gonna make it out of steel, I think. And it's gonna be a monocoque, not a ladder body. I don't think anything uses ladder frames nowadays, not even trucks. I mean, yeah, this is 07, but 07, I don't think anything outside of, like, Fleet, Panther platform, like, Crown Vics and town cars used ladder frames. And some trucks. I guess GMT 800s were still around then, weren't they? They used ladder frames. But, no, this is a hatchback. It's gonna have a unibody, like every other car. Right, And the steel is definitely gonna be treated. I don't really know... I usually just default to corrosion-resistant steel. I don't really know where AHS or light AHS steel fits into the industry, but I just kind of use corrosion-resistant steel as a catch-all for steel that has been rust-proofed in general. Right, the leaves. The leaf springs... No. This suspension would be wrong for 1940. This would 150% have independent front suspension, probably McPherson's. And for 2007, it would probably have an independent rear suspension as well. Probably for something this size, trailing arms. Front-wheel drive, solid axle cars are a thing, but not really in 2007, I don't think. I think in 2007, most of these kinds of cars had fully independent suspension. Oh yeah, front-wheel drive, solid axle rear cars is a real thing. The A bodies, for instance, my 88 Cutlass Sierra had a solid rear axle. Not solid front axle, solid rear axle. No, solid front axle on front wheel drive isn't a thing. It's just no. Okay, so we fixed that up. Now the question is, how Papega is this engine? Direct acting overhead cam? No, 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 no. That is some 70s technology there. All aluminum? Yeah, sure. An 07 all aluminum, sure. 1.6 liter, sure. So we're gonna. On the Grande Punto, that puts it between, like, the fire engine and the Ecotech. And having just worked with the fire engine on... Fire standing for fully integrated robotized engine. Having just worked with that on Friday, I think I will base it off of that. And that came in both single and dual cam versions. The single 2-valve... per cylinder version was the cheap version. The dual overhead cam 4-valve per cylinder version was the more upscale version, and I'm guessing that's what we want here. So we will do that. Direct acting overhead cam, really not a thing in 2007. And even single overhead cam, sort of moving more towards the budget end of things. Right. I think I'm just gonna give this straight up forged parts. Cast parts are a little old hat by now, and you know, we're making this out of aluminum, so it's already made out of nice materials. Variable valve timing, definitely.
Okay, I gotta answer this thing really quick.
What?
The Toyota GR Super Sports Hypercar, are you talking about the new hatchback that just came out with, or no? I'll wait till he responds with that.
I don't know anything about that. I haven't heard about it.
Well, because they just came out with a new hatch, and it's all-wheel drive, and I'm pretty sure it's, like, supercharged, and it's a 6-speed, but it's got a really good all-wheel drive system. So you can, like, chuck it around the corners, and the rear end comes out and everything, and it's super money. Like, if it came to America, I'd have, like, 7.
Alright. Right, so...
all-wheel drive VRS, yeah, it's the best.
When you see, your RPMs, or when you see your power continuing to build, and then you just... Your RPMs cut off right there, and you notice your parts can rev more, you go to your RPM limit here, and you turn that up. Now, I'm not going to make this a crazy rev monster. I know this is supposed to be the more upmarket version, but I'm just gonna... And I like to use the quality slider for the top end to control where the RPMs start to fall off. And I'll take a couple quality points out there so it peaks at 7,000, which is a nice number, I think, for something like this. And then I'll tune both of my cam profiles. The VVL profile is going to be the profile for your high-end power. The regular cam profile is going to be the profile for your low-end power. That's what VVL is, variable valve lift. It basically lets you have 2 different profiles, and it switches like right here from one to the other. This is a Papega car. Why are you trying? Because he was trying to make a realistic car. He actually had a sense of direction in this. He wanted to make something like a hot hatch from 2007. So like I actually know where to go with something like this. It's you know,
I mean, also if someone is Papega on purpose, we're clearly not going to try to fix it. But if someone's Papega on accident, then we'll give it an honest attempt.
Direct injection, little too high end for something like this, and per cylinder is complete overkill. Like that's, you don't need that for the amount of power this thing's gonna be pushing out. Now we will lose some efficiency from switching to regular multi-point fuel injection, but we'll just get that back from tuning. So we'll lower our compression a bit. Actually, we'll lower our compression a lot because we haven't tuned the engine yet. We can actually back our mixture up a bit. And long tubular, no, this would probably still just have short cast headers. It probably wouldn't have a bypass valve, and so we need to fix up our exhaust here. I think by 07 it's safe to put a high flow cat converter on it, especially if this is supposed to be like a sportier version. And since this is a sporty version, you know what? We'll give it that nice, loud exhaust. I mean, not deafening loud, but... Oh, 49. Oh, yeah, that's... Okay, 49 is kind of deafening loud.
I want to cut the cats out of my M3 before you come, Noodle, because I'm going to put 200 cell cats in it. And I really want you just to, like, hear how absurdly loud it is.
Oh, I'm sure you do. And what we're gonna...
Well, because I'm gonna put the different throttle bodies on it, and I'm gonna put a cam in it. And if it's gonna be that aggressive, I want the cats out of it with like the 200 cell cats. So if I get the downshift right and the valves are open, it might spit fire.
All right. Ignition timing, you just turn that up until you start seeing like diminishing returns. Like as soon as I go past 62, you notice my power actually starts to like kind of go back and forth between dropping off and going up and going down. So instead of just cranking that way up and cranking my octane way up, keep it at 62. The most powerful fire engine, F-I-R-E engine, the turbo one made 130, 170 horsepower. This isn't turbo. This is naturally aspirated, but I should be getting more power than this. I mean, I could just make it rev more. Like, this is somewhat under-engineered in that sense. I can make it rev more than this.
Also, the guy talking shit about the new Yaris performance thing, no, dude, it's really fast. It's really good. Like, please don't talk about shit about a car you don't even know about.
Yeah, you know what? I'll make this one a rever. It's actually, this one's kind of a screamer. I mean, it's only a 1.6 liter. And in 2007, you know, engineering has come a long way since the 80s. So I think we can justify making it a screamer. How about that? I don't know, T-Bird. How many hot hatches from this era have you driven?
What year is it?
07.
07? Ooh. Most of the ones we got in America. Now, granted, it wasn't many, but I've driven the Civic Si. I mean, I feel like Golf GTI that era.
I feel like 7700 is a kind of high red line for something like this.
Oh yeah, unless it's a Civic Si, yeah, no.
Okay, so that's a little too high then. So let's back it up a little bit. I mean, I'm just not making very much power.
Probably like 6,600, 6,700.
67? Really? That low?
Yeah, because it's turbo, right?
No.
Oh, it's NA?
Yeah, this is naturally aspirated.
So is this supposed to be like a Civic motor?
Kinda.
Then you could do like... The Civic's revved to 8, so you could do like 70-something.
Let's
72, 70...
Let's do 76.
What's it at now again?
Right now, 76.
I put it down to like 73.
Alright, how much power were these fucking Puntos making? Huh. The Turbo 1.4 was making 120 horsepower. So maybe this isn't too far off the mark. Maybe I overestimated 2007 technology. You know what? I think I'd be happy with 130. If I can squeeze 130 out of this somehow. I don't know if I can, though. At least not without breaking with what I think would be sensible for the time as far as parts. It's definitely not meant to be particularly fast. Okay, then fuck it. This is the nice 120 horsepower naturally aspirated engine. Yeah, I guess this is ballpark. It is a bit of a higher end engine because it's you know, all aluminum, all forged parts. It's nice. It's very nice. It's just light. Well, it's not made of aluminum anymore, so this is clocking in at 3,000 pounds. But why 3,000 pounds? That seems insanely heavy. Something's fucky. Why is this 3,000 pounds? This isn't that big. Maybe I should use AHS steel, like...
So you're trying to make an 07, well, not make, but amend an 07 hot hatch or an 07 hatch?
Yeah, hot hatch, I guess. I don't know. This one's kind of...
And how much power is it making?
This is something in between. Like let's just say a high-end hatch. Not like, I wouldn't say like a GTI, but like the next step down. How about that? Like a high trim level on a hatchback.
Yeah. Well, then the red line of 74 is a bit too much. Probably like 7.
I mean, for a naturally aspirated engine with dual cams and 4 valves per cylinder?
Modern engines don't like to rev. Unless it's a performance variant.
Well, it's redlining at 71 right now, so it's fine.
That's good then. I'd still be impressed that if I got into a regular car, like a regular NA car.
High-end hatch, but cozy. So like an upper trim level hatch, basically. Right.
Someone said like an ST. That an ST is too high performance for this still.
Yeah, I'm not talking like ST or GT. I'm talking like the next rung down. Like.
Yeah, you're talking like the highest non-performance variant.
Yeah. Like you don't get a balls to the walls, you know, fast engine. You get a nice engine, you know.
Yeah, I mean, just modern shit doesn't like to rev, dude, unless it's like a performance car.
ZX3,
like,
sure, yeah, I guess like a ZX3,
now
right?
Like big. Sorry, what?
Like a ZX3, right?
I mean, yeah, but that thing didn't rev that much. I think.
Okay, but you're getting hung up on the revs. It revs at 7,100. I'm just trying to figure out why this thing is so fucking heavy. When I don't know. Wikipedia is saying
it's an 07?
Well, Wikipedia is saying the Grande Punto was 2,200 pounds, and that is the same wheelbase as this.
But that's a European car, so if is this meant to sell in Europe or America?
It's just a hatchback.
I mean, it's also a Fiat, so.
I don't know, like.
Also, what year? Because they made the Punto a long time.
I don't know. That seems awfully light. I don't know if that's the right. What does it say the Corsa weighs? I don't know if they have the right weight spec there. That seems light. Scroll. Okay, now it's saying the Corsa is 2,400 pounds. So somehow the Corsa is 200 pounds heavier than the Grande Punto, despite being on the same platform? Like, huh? The Meido, the sporty one. How much does that weigh?
I'll use my credit card.
Anywhere from 2,400 to 2,600 pounds. Very cool. A person but not a person. Thank you for the 10 months. I take it you saw the car I sent to you in the Discords and the thing and the do? Yes? Yes. Good, good. Right, so...
I mean, this thing is 3,000 pounds, right?
After switching to AHS steel, I am 2,887 pounds. But this is the two-door.
Yeah, that sounds like legit.
I don't know, it still seems kind of heavy to me.
Nah, dude, modern cars are heavy.
Okay. I mean, I guess he still has the premium interior on this. What if I were to switch to standard? Okay. I don't know. It still seems a touch heavy to me, but whatever.
Dude, it's gonna be heavy because like all the like the A pillar and B pillar, they have like all this crash protection and shit in it. Like it's gonna be heavy.
Right. So he put a 5-speed automatic in it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you could get like, I guess you could get a sequential in these, couldn't you?
A sequential?
No? Yes?
No, it's just sequential boxes are only used for like racing shit.
Am I getting this confused with something else?
A dual clutch, but even then in 07, no.
Alright, well, advanced automatic it is. Maybe it's on advanced safety? It is. That's, oh yeah, that's a big weight loss right there. I don't think something like this would have advanced safety. I don't know, it would make it insanely heavy. Right, so we've got our automatic. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think you gotta space out a little more because we need to raise the top speed so that we are not maxing out at 120. That way we have some, we're revving low on the highway to get good MPGs. I mean, even that, 2,600 RPM at 56 miles an hour? I don't know. It's really slow, though. Like, 0 to 60 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of the like base level stuff, not base level, like the non-performance stuff is pretty slow.
So I think
the reason modern hot hatches are so fast is they've either got like a really good motor, like the Pacific SI, or in some of the stuff that doesn't make that much power, they have like a launch control system.
Also, what was your first reaction to my questionable 70s economy box? Just too high-tech, really. If I can summarize quickly, it was... Fuel injection, nah. 1400cc 3-cylinder, kind of too big for a 3-cylinder, so I made it a 4-cylinder. And I just kind of dumbed down the engine because a lot of the stuff you put on there was like really was not really around in 78. Like throttle body injection was very early 80s, and it was adopted pretty quickly once it became economically viable. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna keep a nice long 6th gear ratio or 5th gear ratio so that we get good gases on the freeway, and we're not going to use hard long life tires because we're not that evil. Front and rear tires
Someone,
will be the same size because that makes it, you can rotate wheels. It's, you know, better for upkeep costs. What?
someone in chat thought the Civic Si was just the automatic version of a Civic, and not the performance version.
Bruh.
Nah, dude, the Civic Si is like the sporty one.
I made the tires wider. I know they look really fucking thick right now, but I feel like tires in general look like that in this game. They always look thicker than they should be. Solid discs. No, vented discs. This is not the 70s. And drums in the back is just fine. We'll actually turn that up, and then I'll bias the brakes more towards the front so that we don't need
Isn't
a
the
4-piston.
sporty one the Type R? There's two different levels of sporty Hondas, my guy. SI literally stands for Sport Injection.
Sport Injection. What a fucking...
Well, that was back like when they could like that. The SI name started back like in the
Fuel
I think it was
injection
80s
here.
or 70s. Yeah, when you could literally like you could put like different injectors in the car.
Injection
And it was like,
means
whoa.
sports.
Well, before like now, if you change the injectors out in the car, unless you're doing like a crazy turbo build or like E85, it's like, eh.
Alright, I'll keep the premium interior
back-
since this is supposed to be like a nice version. This would probably have... This would probably have full stability control if this is like a high trim, isn't it?
Oh yeah, dude. 07? Yeah.
We'll give it standard springs, but yeah, we'll give it gas monotube shocks. Like progressive springs just aren't as common as I used to think they were. They're just... Nobody does them for some reason. And I'll apply my patented sport damper settings to the normal suspension settings thing here. As for styling, this where you do the split headlight, don't do that. It gives me Aztec vibes, you know.
Yeah, Aztec vibes.
Aztec vibes are, as it turns out, bad vibes. So you do not want to invoke Aztec vibes onto someone. I'll give the same advice as I gave before. Just, you know, try and imitate real cars. And then once you've, like, figured out, oh, cars from this era tend to have this kind of mirror, or they tend to have this kind of headlight design, or this kind of grille design, then you can make better decisions about how to add a little individual touch to your car. But, yeah, so we've got ourselves a high trim level, if not entirely sporty and exciting hatchback here. And look at that, the markets love it. Low sportiness penalty, but it's still considered fun. Automation markets, dude. Pay-ga. Pepega. What are you going to name it? It's already named the Vittoria, so it's Dale's car, he keeps the name. He called it the Vittoria, so it stays the Vittoria. Oh, I could use a coffee right now to get through the last two cars.
Just pretend you're having a coffee.
That is no replacement for a coffee.
Oof.
I might have to brew myself up a coffee. I'm gonna get through these last two cars, though. I've only got 2 cars left. I've got Drawrins, and I've got, J. Colby's. My fucking neck hurts for some reason. I don't know why.
Because your chair sucks.
It could have something to do with that. Quack. Oh, Ben Colby's, he's sending me money so I can do his first, I think. Or no, that's Jay Colby. Is it the same Colby? Too many Colbys. Just do a spine delete. True, dude. I could become an insect. Alright, well, money talks. I'll do, Colby the computers first. So that one would be the Panko Airfryer. Bruh.
Panko. Oh yeah, someone asked me about this in chat, and I thought it was like a meme because they're like, "Is air fryer a bad name to name a car?"
I don't agree with the
like
name. I tried to make a 1980s-esque wagon similar to something off the GMK platform. Did GM have a K platform? Or are you talking about... GM did have a K platform. Pog. Although I don't know if this is what he meant. Does he mean the Chrysler K platform? Because the only
does he mean like a K, the Chrysler K car, or like
the only thing on the GMK platform was the Cadillac Seville. That's the front-wheel drive one. There was a rear-wheel drive.
I think he just said he did. Yeah.
Bruh. That's two bruhs. So a Chrysler K car. It has cast single overhead cam, inline 4, with mechanical fuel injection. This is my first car that is not super garbage, and I hope it is period correct. Mechanical injection, dude. Oh boy. Not an LS. Oh dear. Oh, styling's actually alright. Kinda round for this era, but
Round boy.
that's actually okay.
Whoa, that's new. They have loading screens now.
Yeah, Pog. Right, so...
It's such a lazy loading screen. It's just a picture, like some car.
No, those are pictures I have in my phone. Why is it carbon fiber? Why does this keep happening?
Oh, yo, dude.
I think...
Tracing spec.
I think one of the patches fucked up some of the car files. I don't think this is supposed to be carbon fiber. I think, Alright, well, first of all, if this is supposed to be an 80s wagon, why is it 1999? But, so this has a 70... Oh, wow, this body is dated 77. Huh. It's awfully rounded for a 77. Interesting.
The guy said he made it in steel. So yeah, I think this is just
I think automation is doing what we call in the scientific community shitting and farting. Also, if this is supposed to be 80s, what? I mean, like K car is 82, right? Checking. 81. Produced from 1980, so very early 80s. So if we're doing K car here, we're gonna take this year and we're gonna go back, and I'll do 82. We'll just do 82. Nice year there. This would not have a ladder frame. It would have a unibody. That was one of the big things about the K car. And we'll give it a corrosion-resistant chassis. Front transverse. Not a solid axle up front. No. Either Wishbones or McPherson's. I'll give it McPherson's. It would definitely have coil springs out back too, if it was a solid axle. This is going to be front-wheel drive. I don't know if the K cars had a solid beam rear. I know the A bodies did, and the A bodies were kind of similarly sized cars, so you could do a solid beam, or you could do something like trailing arms. For something like this, I would stick to either a solid coil or trailing arms. Depends on your preference. Anywho, so we have unpapegated the chassis there. So, whoops, what have I done? No, get that out of here. So we've got our all-iron inline 4 with 3 valves per cylinder. Interesting. That was, 3 valves per cylinder was kind of a cheaper stopgap when 4 valve per cylinder engines became more common, but not in 1982. This was, actually, did I set the, oh, I gotta do that after the engine shit. So we're gonna set our engine family year to 80. Make it period correct. So we're gonna say this was engineered in 1980, and we're gonna say the variant is 1982 for the car. Okay, so all iron in inline 4, sure. This would probably be 2 valves per cylinder though, not 3. For something cheap and simple like an Aries, yeah, probably 2. And if you were going over to General Motors, you would still be getting overhead valves, push rods. So, right. Don't need heavy duty cast con rods. Just no. And it makes them too heavy. As you can see, if we're turning yellow here, if any of these start turning yellow and you see a -%, that means something's wrong and you gotta fix it. And that's no heavy duty. Well, I did change the date, so maybe it was fine before, but no heavy duty cast con rods. That's not necessary for an engine this small and low power. So we're gonna throw our compression into the dumpster because we need to tune this engine, and we are not using mechanical fuel injection. That is not happening. Now I don't know if the first K cars were carbureted. I think they were. Yeah, so the first K cars were carbureted. This is an 82, so I guess you could get away with starting out with fuel injection. I'm gonna give you single point EFI. Because this is an 82. This is right about when throttle body injectors really started showing up. It showed up on the K cars in 84. GM, I think, switched all of the Iron Dukes to throttle body fuel injection in 82. So, yeah, I guess that's fine for this car. Mechanical fuel injection, just not a thing. I mean, this mechanical fuel injection was really from an era when this was the only kind of fuel injection you could get. It was either carburetors, or if you really needed fuel injection for the highest of high performance, you got mechanical. But mechanical fuel injection is extremely complicated, so it was never common. And the reason why fuel injection became common in the 80s was because it was electronically controlled, and therefore much less expensive to produce on cars. All right. So we got our single point EFI. We're actually going to lean the mixture up a little bit. I usually shoot for anywhere between like 13 and 14. Raise our timing real quick. Exhaust mostly checks out. 3-way. Again, start with the second muffler. Your first muffler is just your resonator, which is really just there to remove drone. Something cheap like this from the early 80s, you could probably get away with just using a baffled muffler, maybe. I'm gonna put a resonator on it, though. I don't know. I guess this isn't an ultra cheap car, so yeah, I'll put a resonator on there. And the resonator, you can usually just use a straight through. It's, again, it's just there to reduce the drone. Most of the noise muffling comes from the second muffler. So what we're going to do now is we're going to tune it. And again, you just, well, actually, we'll start with the cam. And this is, considering the time period, this is going to be kind of a lazy engine. So honestly, something maxing out at 2200 is probably about right. I don't know the specs for the Chrysler K in line 4 off the top of my head, but it wasn't putting out a lot of power, and it probably wasn't putting that power out at very high RPMs. So dampen your expectations, I suppose. They did have aluminum heads, though, apparently. Interesting. I'm actually going to deduct a couple quality points here, just to make sure it doesn't rev a bunch. And then advance the timing until it stops becoming practical, which is right about 58. I'll actually lean up our fuel mixture a bit. And there we go, 97 horsepower. About ballpark for this era. I mean, for a 2-liter, that's actually pretty good. Granted, this has the advantage of having fuel injection, but 90 horsepower out of a 2-liter, not bad. Not bad at all for the early 80s. That's, I mean, we're almost hitting 100 horsepower. That's actually, like, really good. So this engine's probably nicer than it should be, but whatever. And styling checks out. Automatic would be a 3-speed. Yeah, and it probably wouldn't be an advanced. The big difference between automatic and advanced automatic is a locking torque converter. And that started, it depends on what transmission, but that I think that started anywhere from the early to mid 80s. Again, it depends on the transmission, depends on the manufacturer. But
hey Noodle.
What?
I've been having a conversation in chat. Can you explain why, very basically, why manufacturers have cars be front-wheel drive?
Because it is... I'm going to say it's cheaper.
With a front engine.
I'm going to say it's cheaper, and people are like, oh, they're just being cheap. But
it's a lot cheaper.
It's cheaper. It's lighter. It's more spatially efficient. It's easier to control.
It's just better for, like, a small economy car.
Yeah. Because safety. Not really safety. Safety actually doesn't have much to do with it. It's... If you have if it's front engine, front wheel drive, and by that you're implying transversely mounted front engine, front wheel drive versus longitudinally mounted front engine, rear wheel drive. First of all, you don't have to run a drive shaft underneath the car, which gives you more floor space. You don't have to have a separate differential and drive shaft. Like, just removing that drive shaft removes weight, it removes complexity, and it removes just material costs. It's something you don't have to make. If you combine the differential into the transmission, again, it makes it harder to service than a standard rear-wheel drive differential, but it's now combined into the transmission. It's another thing you don't have to make, and by having those things as, either deleted or combined into other parts, it also makes the car overall lighter. You don't need a transmission tunnel anymore, so the floor can be lower. You can move the engine further forward without upsetting the weight balance too much. So that gives you more interior space for, like, footroom. And, yeah, front-wheel drive is generally easier to handle than rear-wheel drive. I don't think that's much of a factor, really. It's mostly just, again, bringing down costs, bringing down weight, and increasing interior space.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, because this guy in chat was talking about, like, a rear-wheel drive Integra, like, how great it would have been if the Integra was rear-wheel drive, and it's like, well, the platform wasn't designed for rear-wheel drive, so
if an
you make it
Integra was rear-wheel
it wouldn't be the
drive,
same.
if an Integra was rear-wheel drive, it would be an S2000.
Yeah, and we got an S2000, so...
Plain and simple. Like...
Well, that's what I said. Also, I think rear-engine rear-wheel drive cars are more expensive than front-engine front-wheel drive cars because you have to do something to counteract the weight distribution.
I mean, front-engine front-wheel drive is just more stable than rear-engine rear-wheel drive. That's what it comes down to.
Well, they're saying, like, it's cheap to make. And, like, in
it
theory,
is cheap
it makes
to
sense
make,
'cause you're just
but
moving it.
it is more stable than rear-engine rear-wheel drive. I mean...
Well, no, they're saying, like, it's... In theory, like, making a rear-engine rear-wheel drive car would be, like, no more expensive than a front-engine front-wheel drive car. But because of weight distribution, I feel like they have to spend more money to make it not be complete ass.
I mean, yeah, to counter its inherent instability, yes, it would be more expensive. But if you didn't, then it would be about the same price.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you just can't not not address it.
And also, if you put an engine in the back, then you can't really do, like, a wagon-style body. You can't do, like, a hatchback-style body because you'll have this raised floor. So, like, it's impractical from that standpoint, too.
Yeah, the reason stuff like the Fiat 500 and, like, the Beetle were rear-engined, I think, was for, like, interior space, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Here's the thing. So... I saw someone saying that Citroen, or however you pronounce it, was a pioneer front-wheel drive. Here's the thing. Front-wheel drive, for most of history, up to a certain point, meant longitudinally mounted engine front-wheel drive, which meant tacking the transmission on either in front of or behind the engine. And that came with a series of problems. If you put it behind the engine, well, great, you're not going to impede on interior space, but now you have an engine hanging out in front of, your wheels, or behind your wheels, which is going to upset weight balance. So, cars of that design were inherently limited on how big they could be, because if you, got a certain size engine mounted like this, way in front of the wheels, then you were just gonna fuck up handling. You could get away with it if it's something like a Toronado, where it's just massive and it's not really supposed to handle. But, there's a reason things like Beetles and Citroens and stuff with this engine layout were typically small, was because once you got past a certain size, it really fucked with the stability.
Well, yeah, like, so they did Renault did a Clio V6, and it's a very cool car. I mean, I dig it, but it was, like, a ton of understeer, and then it was, like, crazy snap oversteer that was really hard to control.
Yeah. Now, you could do something like the Renault 4, where you put the transmission in front of the engine, and had the engine sitting between the transmission and the passenger compartment. But when you do that, you have to make the wheelbase really fucking long in order to have the engine not impeding on the passenger compartment. So it's not a very efficient way to do things. And case in point, Renault 4 is 1960 thereabouts. You know what else was came into existence in the 60s? The Mini. And the Mini was the car that pioneered. I cut out from here. Hello?
Meh.
Where did I lose you?
Transmission in front of the engine.
Okay, I just explained why that didn't really work. So, the Mini is really the car that's really responsible for the modern engine layout.
Yes, it is.
So, what was really revolutionary about the Mini was they turned the engine sideways and mounted the transmission like next to it. In the original Minis, It was actually part of the engine. It was part of like the oil pan. It was really weird. But that layout lets you mount the engine between the front wheels instead of in front of or behind them. And so the result of that was, here, I'll bring up the numbers. So the Renault 4, which I was mentioning earlier, which was about the same sized kind of car, you know, it had about the same sized engines, that sort of thing. That Renault 4 that had to have the engine between the passenger compartment and the front drive shaft, it had a wheelbase of 2.4 meters, and the entire thing was 3.6 meters long. Whereas a Mini, which had the same size engines, had a wheelbase of 2 meters and a length of 3 meters long. So the Mini, despite having the same size engines as the Renault 4, was smaller, but had more interior space because of the way it mounted its engine. And that's why every car is front engine, front wheel drive nowadays, because it's just mounting an engine like that is just so much more efficient.
Yeah. Also, someone said Porsche handles good being rear engine. They've had a lot of time to make it feel good. Even
yes,
like
and Porsches are also very expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive.
Because as it turns out, when you spend more money developing a car, it tends to just work better.
Yeah. But even stuff like as recent as like the 996 Turbo, some people still say it's like pretty spooky. Now, I haven't had that experience with the 996 Turbo, but also we have the benefit of modern tires, which can help a car, you know, so much more.
How about Saab with the engine backwards being front? Didn't they do something weird where they like they had it was longitudinally mounted, but like the actual transaxles came out underneath the engine, so it wasn't completely just hanging out.
Dude, Saabs are weird. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think they were just tacking the transmission on in front of or behind the engine. I think they actually they had a gear or a chain that ran the transaxles out underneath the engine, so it was still between the wheels. And only Saab did it, so I think that speaks to how efficient it was. So yeah, now that we have been thoroughly sidetracked, let me get back to the car here. 3-speed automatic, not that spaced out. Usually these 3 speeds, they tried to keep them not all that spaced out because you just didn't have that many gears to work with. And so basically what would happen is you'd put it in gear and it would just slip. The fucking torque converter would just slip until you got up to like 20 miles an hour or something. You know, it would just slip like crazy and you'd piss your gas away. It wasn't great, but that was technology of the time. 0 to 60 in 18 seconds? Yeah, you could expect that. You want to keep that top speed kind of high, even though this thing tops out 113. You want to be spinning the engine fairly slowly on the highway to get good MPGs. So we're spinning the engine at about 2200 on the highway. And even then, I could probably gear this out even more, but I'm not that sadistic. Medium compound tires? Yeah, sure. I would just make these a hair wider. Steel wheels? Yep. Vented discs, drums, rears? Yeah, pretty much. You know, aside from the mechanically injected engine, this isn't that Papega. It's looks all right.
This guy in chat said a front engine rear wheel drive Porsche was boring, and I'm like, nah, they're pretty fun. Which one did you drive? And he's like, it was either a 944 or a 911. And I'm like, well, the 911's rear wheel drive. I meant rear engine. And he's like, oh yeah, it was the 911.
That's very Papega.
So I think the conclusion we can draw from this is this guy has not driven a Porsche.
Oh, also, if you have components on your car that creates, like, downforce, something like this wasn't designed to make downforce. This is a very basic car. Downforce just creates drag, which fucks with your fuel economy, so no. Ooh, double benches, but it wouldn't be premium, it would be standard.
Oh, for real? Well, then if you drove a 911 and you still think it's shit, then, well, you really can't drive then.
This would not have ABS in 82, and not standard 80s, and not standard 90s. Would this have variable hydraulic power steering? Maybe. I'll categorize that as a maybe. Non-variable is kind of a holdover from the 70s. That's where, like, if you're on the highway and your engine's spinning real fast, you're getting tons of power steering boost, which makes it super touchy on the highway. But yeah, they kind of carried that over into the early 80s. If this was an 85, I would say give it variable hydraulic. And then I'm gonna give it my
Hey Noodle.
Hey Noodle.
This guy is one of those. The car's not good unless it scares me.
Bench racer.
Well, he's like the guy I did that the 240SX for. He said the 911's bad, but the MR2's good. MR2's good, but
yeah, MR2's good, but it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison either. Like,
I mean, his Twitch name is Fortnite is gay, but it's not spelled right, and he has the sex number, so. This is a villager moment.
huh. Alright, so Papega name, Papega fuel injection, and slightly Papega chassis, but overall, pretty good. You're gonna rename it, though. You're not gonna call this thing the fucking Panko Airfryer. I don't care.
Yeah, I still feel bad because he genuinely asked me like if that was a good name, and I didn't respond to it because I thought he was like just being like a meme. Like, I didn't think he was actually serious.
I mean, think of it like this. If you tried to sell a car to a person with this name in 1982, would they laugh at you?
Oh, dude, I'd laugh at them now.
Yeah, like, it's... Nah, dude, nah. But I do like the K car aesthetic, so I think we've got ourselves a solid Malaise, late Malaise era K car here. Alright, that leaves one more car, and then I'm free.
Dude, we still have 100 people watching at almost 2 in the morning.
Yikes. Okay, export.
If the next car is carbon fiber, you should just leave it.
Dropped off a car. If you don't get to it tonight, I am only getting to I'm only getting to people who submitted before the stream. So I've got one car left. And that would be the one by Drarin. Okay, my neck hurts. Gotta get this done. So this is supposed to be a 2-liter sportish daily driver thing targeted at 30-year-olds with kids who want something to show off while keeping their wife satisfied and not going overboard with how much it costs. I'm not sure if all this technology is appropriate for the early 2010s, and the performance is also a little low. It barely hits 180 kilometers an hour in beam tops. I had hoped for at least 200. I don't know if you can get some more performance without massively increasing displacement or adding a turbo. So this is kind of like a 2-door sports sedan shtick, basically. Not something that's like super, super duper pooper sporty, but
Why did they put the text in there, keeping their wife satisfied? Like, it's a car.
I think he was trying to emphasize that it's like it can be used to transport family members. Yes.
I hope that's what he meant.
I mean, for something like that, I would immediately say 4 doors. But I don't know. Yeah, because trying to get kids in the back of a 2-door can be kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. But we'll stick with the 2-door. I'll comment on the styling later, but it did look kind of aggressive for something that's supposed to haul family members at times. Ugh.
RX-8 greatest chassis? I mean, it's a good chassis, but greatest?
There were 2-door cars with 4 seats. Well, yeah, I'm aware.
No, Noodle. It's correlated to the doors. If the car has 2 doors and
Yeah.
has 2 seats, damn it.
Yeah, it must have 2 seats. It's not that. It's just like, if this is something you regularly have to put 4 people in, then having 2 doors is going to be a pain. I think there is a 4-door body style here. I would strongly recommend switching to that.
If you ever try to get your friends into a coupe, shit sucks. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, it's... The whole idea of, like, 2-door 5-seaters is you have the extra seats there if you need them every once in a while. But if you need
like
them regularly, you're going to want the extra doors.
Yeah, well, so I've got a coupe, and whenever I would try and get my girlfriend and her friends in the car, it was always a pain, because, like, yeah, just, it doesn't work.
Two-door 4-seaters are a pain. I would assume this is at least a 2-door 5-seater. But yeah, I would strongly recommend making this a 4-door. So, how common is partial aluminum? Like aluminum hoods and shit. I'm not... You know the new cars better than I do. T-Bird.
What? Hello?
Partial aluminum. Like aluminum hoods and trunk lids. How common is that? Like
Nowadays it's very common, but what year is this car?
2012.
Yeah, that's common.
Okay, so we'll keep partial aluminum. It's got a unibody, and I think we can upgrade from galvanized steel to like AHS steel or something. So this is a good old front engine. He's got the Honda setup, all round wishbones. Pog, dude. Yeah, fuck it. Let's keep the all round wishbones. So we've got ourselves a cast iron, all cast iron inline 4. No. If this is supposed to be car of sports, then car of sports needs all aluminum, dual overhead cam, inline 4.
That you just did what's known as a sunfire move.
Yeah, you can't be like, it's sporty and then put a giant hunk of iron in the front. You gotta have that technology. I mean, by 2012, having an all aluminum engine really isn't that posh. It's for something like this, which is supposed to be just like a family friendly like sedan that can kind of go fast. Yeah, all aluminum engine, definitely. I mean, look at it this way. Saturn had all aluminum engines back in '93, and they were these you know, small, inexpensive compact cars. So they can do it. You can do it in 2012. Doop-a-doop. Heavy duty, that's more for like really fucking big engines. This is not a really fucking big engine. Lightweight forged. And we can use a cast iron crank. It should be fine. We're not going to make this rev like crazy. Matter of fact, we could probably use cast piston. Oh, no, we can't. Never mind. Okay, I have vastly underestimated the, or overestimated the strength of cast pistons. Okay. And we're going to give it variable valve timing. Right, so let's back your variable valve lift profile up a little bit. We don't need to make this rev super high. We can make good power at mid to low RPMs too. Like, so 7,500 RPMs. That's still pretty high for a 2-liter. We'll tune this a little bit. See what I can do. We'll 72. 72 is fine. But we can make power at that. Don't need per cylinder injection. It's not really gonna get us much. Lean up the fuel mixture a bit. Back off on the ignition timing because we're not really getting a lot out of having ignition timing that high. Lower our RPM limit to like 75. Switch to short cast exhaust. Huh. The exhaust is already restrictive at something that big, huh? Now this is probably going to end up making less power, but I wager to say we can still make it good to drive at this amount of power. So I'm sure there are other things we can do with the transmission and so on and so forth in order to bump up the speed a little bit. I don't want to get too close to that 8,000 RPM line, because that's when the crank starts experiencing damage. Every decent car had MPI per cylinder since 2005. Is that true? T-Bird.
MPI?
Per cylinder. This guy says every decent car has had that since 2005.
Does he mean, like, fuel injection per cylinder?
I mean, I think he's talking about individual throttle bodies.
Oh, individual throttle bodies. Oh, multi-point fuel. Wow, I'm so tired. Yeah, multi-point fuel injection. Yeah, no, that shit's common.
Oh, individual throttle bodies has been common since '05.
Not individual throttle bodies. No. But multi-point fuel injection.
Yes, I have multi-point fuel injection, but he's saying per cylinder.
So individual
yeah, no,
throttle
one
bodies
throttle.
are still
Okay,
really
all right,
rare.
yeah. So yeah, one throttle. All right.
The three of us are all confused.
Yeah.
We're all. He's in chat typing the same thing we're saying.
I'm not. No, I'm not using throttle body injection here. Yikes! No.
That's funny. I was so tired. I'm like, what's MPI? I'm like, is that like
Bro.
fuel?
I am gonna put a couple points into our fuel injection system though, quality points, to just squeeze a little more power out of it. Alright, so we're making less power than before. However, our power is more evenly distributed. And let's see what kind of performance we can get from this. So I wager to say, I'm going to wager that the transmission and everything is not set up optimally. It's not. We're doing 0 to 60 in 8.2. So, I mean, for a family...
Is it a manual or auto?
It's a manual, but it's not... We need to set this up correctly.
How much power does it make again? I'm not paying attention.
150? 156.
That's it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not making a lot of power for some reason.
It should make more power. Like,
I know, I'm just not really sure why it doesn't.
Well, give it more power.
God, that makes it so loud.
You know,
What?
more power.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm serious.
I was convinced we could make decent power even with a 7100 RPM red line. That doesn't look to be the case, though.
No. I mean, this is like the sporty one, so...
This is a 2-liter engine, though. You were just telling me, like, these engines can't spin that fast.
Yeah, but if this is like the sporty one, then Honda can make it rev high.
This isn't like an SI. This is like... I mean, this is something, again, that the theoretical guy here can carry his family around in.
Yeah, but didn't he also say that it was a 2-liter sport-ish daily driver? So when I hear sport-ish, I think SI.
Okay, well then... Oh, no, I was getting confused with Type R again. Duh. Alright, so let's make it rev more. Let's,
And the SI can rev to 8 grand.
Alright, fuck it. We're revving to 75 now. But we're up to 160, which still isn't a lot. Make engine bigger. Yeah, honestly, the more I think about it, the more sense it would make to just make this engine bigger, because this car really isn't that small. And if this is supposed to make power, there really ain't no replacement for displacement, you know? I'm surprised this isn't a V6, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, these are all thoughts that are kind of like idly passing through my mind, and I'm tired, so I'm not really thinking about it. This definitely should be a V6. Why the fuck am I sticking with this inline 4, dude? This should definitely be a V6.
I'm glad someone else said it should be a V6 because I was thinking it should be a V6 too.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking. This is a V6 now. Like I said, I'm getting tired, so I'm starting to lose it a bit. Okay, we have a V6 now. It's a V6. It makes 232 horsepower. That's a lot more appropriate, I think. We're gonna need a bigger exhaust or something, or dual exhausts. Yeah, let's go for dual exhausts. Fuck it. Now we're very sports car with our dual exhausts. What a weird fucking power curve, though. Like, I don't know, man. VVT and VVL is, it's one hell of a drug.
It's post-2010 V6s everywhere. Yeah, but it's also 2 in the morning for me, Noodle, and we're tired.
Yeah. Like, I actually...
Also,
I actually thought about it for a second, and then it just... my fucking mind blanked out, because like I said, I'm fucking tired. Like, I was looking at this earlier, and I'm like, wow, this looks like it should have a V6, and then I just didn't say anything about it, or didn't do anything, or didn't even, like, comment on... I just fucking... and started clicking buttons, like...
Well, I tend to kind of not say stuff should have more power unless I really feel like it should, because Noodle's pretty anti-performance in these, like, regular cars.
I'm not anti-performance, I'm just
well,
like...
you're not anti-performance, but you're like the responsible one. Like, if it were me, I couldn't stop myself from not giving this car, like, 250 horsepower.
I have realistic expectations about how much power cars have. A lot of people boot up this game, and when they want to make cars, they're like, I'm gonna make it the bestest, most powerfulest, goodest car everest. And they make something that's far more powerful than it needs to be, and far more powerful than it would be in real life. And I try not to do that. But yeah, this I think it's we're a little better off now with 250 horsepower. So we're gonna stick with that. Yeah, 0 to 60 dime down to 6.4 seconds. This is a speedy boy now. We don't need to space the gears out to 80. We have 6 of them. Matter of fact, our 0 to 60 time will actually go down by spacing them closer, because we don't have to fucking drop a million RPMs between gears. For something that's going to be a family hauler, though, I don't think I'm going to give it a geared limited slip diff. I think maybe an electric one? I'm guessing this is going to be expensive. Like...
No, dude, geared limited slip diffs are still expensive.
Yeah, they're harsh, and yeah, they are expensive. But electric ones are even more, I think. Electronically controlled ones. I'm going back and forth between viscous and electronic, but I feel like viscous is a little too mild and old-fashioned for something like this. But electrics are very expensive. I don't know, what do you think?
Oh no, the electric diff, like the what diffs do you have? The ELSD or the geared?
There's electronic. It has geared on it right now, but I don't think that's really appropriate for something like this.
Well, so here's where this game is like kind of too simple. You can have a geared limited slip diff that's controlled electronically, and that's really expensive because then you get best of both worlds. Or you can have an ELSD, which is now McLarens have a really sophisticated version of it, but in more normal cars, it just uses like torque vectoring to simulate a limited slip diff, and that's like a really cheap option.
I'm just gonna put electric on it then.
But I have a feeling because it's the last option in this game, it's probably the gear that's electronically controlled.
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? Alright, these wheels, we have steelies. I can't... No, let's put some more modern wheels on there, my dude. Like, even something like that looks far more appropriate. Yeah, I guess the spokes one is good. Or maybe something like that. I like the spokes one. I'm gonna stick with that one. Don't have to give it quite so much the jumbo wheels.
Is this thing front wheel drive or
Front wheel drive.
Yeah, I mean, limited slip diff and a front wheel drive isn't really even needed that much.
I mean, we're putting out a healthy amount of power. I think we do need it.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, but it's definitely... I mean, if anyone remembers the Vauxhall Vectra VXR... Then,
Okay, so a viscous... Would a viscous be reasonable?
I mean, any limited slip diff is good. Especially for front wheel drive.
Would they even stick a viscous in a car like this, though? I don't know.
I mean,
that's why I'm asking.
This is supposed to be like a... So this is... You wouldn't really get something like this in America. It's more European, but yeah.
Okay, fuck it. Viscous. Whatever. Got big wheels with big tires, solid No. Vented discs, please. Brig brakes. Nice brig brakes. All right, very good. No arrow. I don't think something like this would have any, like, significant arrow. You gotta be hauling ass if you really need the arrow. Yeah, fuck it. Premium interior, because we're already super expensive. Nah, I don't need launch control. And we'll give it a regular suspension. I don't think it's gonna have anything too fancy in the suspension. There we go. So, our 0 to 60 is down to 6.2 seconds. Our car should be reasonably controllable, but, you know, if you actually take this into beam, your mileage may vary. Personally, I would make it a 4-door. If you really want it to be family safe, I'm not going to do that, but I would strongly recommend it. But, you know, this is the kind of car that could come in both 4- and 2-door forms, so that's fine. May need the spacing adjusted a tiny bit to make acceleration less brutal since it's supposed to be a family car. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if this was a family car, it would probably have an automatic.
This kind of just gives me like V6 Accord vibes.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, this
if like the V6 Accord had like a sport option.
Yeah, yeah. This should almost certainly have an automatic if it's going to be a family car, but I'll keep.
Well, there was a manual for the V6 Accord.
I know it's available, but like, how many got bought is what I'm saying.
Oh, none.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. All right, we're done. Last one for tonight.
Ah, thank God we're done.
We just send that to him. So that was Draren's.
I don't know how we always do this. We get like peak viewership, like always, just, like late in the stream.
No, I had more earlier. I certainly had like.
How many did you have more?
I remember like halfway through the stream, I saw I had like 150.
Mm.
And I probably had more when I first started out.
Mm.
Ugh. Why does my neck, like, I don't know, I'm tired, which, whatever, but why does my neck hurt so much, dude?
I don't know, dude. Honestly, I think it's your chair.
Yeah,
Because it's probably not comfortable.
It
You're probably
really
sitting
might
in
be.
it in a weird way.
Because another thing that's unique to stream is I have to swivel my head back and forth between my main screen and my chat, which is on my other screen, so...
Well, also, like, are you looking straight ahead when you stream, or, like, I know you swivel your head, but, like, is your, like, default, like, is your monitor, like, right in front of you, or do you
Yeah.
have to look off to the side at all?
Well, my main monitor's right in front of me, but like I said, I'm swiveling my head off to the side to look at chat and stuff. I did the trim and fixtures of the new body. When you fix the car, would you like to see it? I can post it in general chat. Yeah, fuck it. Can't shift click fucking
Ooh.
why does my neck hurt, dude? What the fuck?
I think it's your chair, because I played when the Star Wars game came out, I played that straight for a while, and my Xbox was in my room, which was in my bed.
Dude,
And my
it
neck
actually
hurt for a
probably
long
is.
time,
Like
'cause,
my
it wasn't chill.
Oh, I hate this chair so much, dude. Fucking piece of shit
I'm gonna
chair
get you
I
a good
spent
one for Christmas.
$200 on, and now it's painful to sit in.
I'm gonna get you a good one for Christmas. Someone said their chair's old as hell. Dude, Needles had this chair for like 3 months.
Yeah, I've had it for 3 months and it's falling apart. Like
he sent me a picture of it, and like it looks worn out already, and I don't understand how. Also, it's like pristinely white when you got it, Noodle.
no, it was beige, but you could see the wear on the armrest, and like this armrest is about to fall off. Like there is now a fucking like 1/4-inch gap between the armrest and the chair when there shouldn't be like any gap, you know?
Yeah.
You need the best gaming chair. I don't want a gaming chair. I don't want a fucking
No,
chair
don't get a
shaped like a
gaming
Recaro
chair.
seat,
Fuck
dude.
that.
Absolutely not. No. Oh god.
Blech, fake Ricard. No. Noodle, I'm gonna get you a chair like I have.
Like what is this? Why do chairs have to look? Fucking clicked on this guy's link. Why do chairs have to look like Recaro
Because
seats?
they suck.
Who messaged me?
Hello?
Who messaged me? Will message me. He wants to play Dota. All right, I'm wrapping it up. I want to play Dota. I want to chill. I want to look at one monitor. You know, my fucking neck hurts. I'll see you guys on Friday. Maybe I'll stream Monday. I don't know. But Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be doing the car requests. Yeah, I'll probably do another Fix My Cars. I don't know when. Maybe I'll do it Monday again. I don't know. I need a break. My fucking neck hurts. Thank you all for the support, by the way. It's been real.
Enjoy your guys' Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that too. I'm gonna fucking host someone, raid someone, something. I'm going to do something. I'm not sure what, but I'm going to do something. I'm losing my mind. People don't realize how fatiguing stream can be. Anfield is playing World of Warcraft. Yeah, fuck it. You guys get to watch Anfield now. Joke's on you. Let's what the raid this man. You get to watch World of Warcraft. Ha 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 ha. 10 seconds and you'll be forced to watch World of Warcraft. You guys ready? You ready? Here you go. Now you're gonna have to watch World of Warcraft.
Rain death upon them. Ensure they do not interfere.